alive when I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be.
What's going on? Grand Rising. I hope everything is going well with you today on this hump day. Hey, Dr. Soapy, it is good to see you. Detach myself. Grand Rising. Can you guys please hit the like button on your way in? If you're watching on vertical, double tap. Give me a little double tap. I appreciate you guys. Now, woke up this morning to some news. Uh, Now, the Democrats have released some emails. I keep on Michael Wolff. That the author Michael Wolff. They were directed to Michael Wolff, shall I say, from Jeffrey Epstein, where Jeffrey Epstein wrote in the email that Trump knew about the girls. I'm pretty sure you got all heard about the email where Michael Wolff admits that Trump knew about the girls. So, seems like we're going to have an eventful day. There has been no public statement about this disclosure from the White House as of yet, but I think a lot of us, I don't know what a lot of us, I think some people may have already figured that Trump knew about the girls anyway, prior to it being admitted. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, common sense tells you that if they were such good friends, how could he not know about the girls? Why was he telling him, don't solicit girls who worked for him? And doesn't, nobody never answered the question, why was girls working for Mar-a-Lago? Why were these unattended girls? It seems like they had no families. Uh, Jeffrey Epstein was able to uh, take Virginia Dupre away from her job at Mar-a-Lago, and then she was caught up in this whole Epstein web. Where are the parents of these people? They said that she was homeless. So, what quality could a homeless person be to Mar-a-Lago's spa or golf course or anything like that. And how are you homeless? How is she still homeless when she was working at Mar-a-Lago? How is a teenager who was homeless working at Mar-a-Lago? I mean, what type of resume did a homeless teenager, have to work at Mar-a-Lago? What type of work experience did a teenager have to work at Mar-a-Lago? I don't know her background, the Virginia Dupre. I don't know much about any of these girls, but it just seems really odd to me that these girls with who appear to don't have homes or parental guidance are jet setting around with these extremely rich men, quote unquote, working for these rich men. What are these young women's backgrounds? Hey, foot soldier, I'm just really curious. I guess they're not that curious about it, but I'm kind of curious about their backgrounds. But these are the young women that men in their 40s and 50s were hiring to do jobs for them. So, how serious should we take the business of these businessmen, these well-heed businessmen? I'm just asking. I'm just really asking. So much about this shit is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. Okay, so let me. That is the news that I heard earlier this morning as I was getting myself together. Now, there is kind of a big problem going on in the Cupcake prison that they put the co-conspirator in Maxwell. Um, Besides being put in a little cupcake prison, it is being reported that she is having access to email whoever she wants to. Now, she's not supposed to have that, and no other prisoners in that, even though it's a prison where the prisoners are white or have done white collar crime. It is being reported that she has access to email whoever she wants to. Gets special meals bought in. She uh, she gets whatever she wants. She has free reign of the prison. She can exercise whenever she wants. She can engage whenever she wants. She cannot engage whenever she wants. She can. They make special rules for her in this cupcake prison, and she contacted someone and said she is so happy that she's happier than she's ever been, basically, in the past few years. Are you glad that she is happy? Are you glad that she's happy? They made her happy, and she is also is commissioning 4547 to commute her sentence. Now, we know that 4547, while people were distracted about the Democrats caving on health insurance, that 4547 pardoned all of the people who found themselves in criminal jeopardy, trying to rig the 2020 election. From the fake electors to the attorneys, a lot of these attorneys lost their law licenses as well. So he pardoned up to 70 people. So, do you think that he will pardon Maxwell? I mean, because he's, this brazen uh, a type of behavior that 4547 is up to, why wouldn't he pardon her? Why wouldn't he pardon her? He tore down part of the East Wing for a ballroom. Why wouldn't he pardon her? He has no shame. Absolutely no shame. So let me share with you this little uh, news clippet about. Now there was a whistleblower in the prison that gave up all of this information. Let me share with you this story if you haven't heard it.
Maxwell, there, of course, was a big pause in any potential vote on the Epstein files in the United States Congress. Some 54 days they stayed out of session, including refusing to swear in a new Democratic member of the House because she would have signed a discharge petition to force a vote on said Epstein files. Adelita Grijalva, she has now officially traveled here to Washington, D.C. to be sworn in and will probably be signing this petition very shortly. Here's what she had to say.
So it looks like I'm going to get sworn in this week. After 7 weeks of waiting, I almost can't believe it's true. I am really upset that one of the first votes that I will take is on a bill that does nothing for affordable health care for the American people. And I also have to say that we have to do something to make sure that one person can't silence the voices of 813,000 people. This can never happen again to another member-elect that is waiting in the wings because someone doesn't want to do their job or because they're playing politics.
So that was Adelita Grijalva. She won that special election. Mike Johnson and crew decided not to swear her in again, largely because of the Epstein situation. And at the very same time, we're getting some very, very troubling details from a whistleblower inside of the federal prison system. Let's go and put this up here on the screen. This is from the Jeffrey Epstein case regarding Ghislaine Maxwell and her current club-fed treatment. Now, according to a whistleblower who has approached the United States Congress, they are saying that Maxwell has received what was described as, quote, concierge-style treatment at the minimum security prison camp she was transferred to, including customized meals, permission to go to exercise after hours, time to play with a puppy that was being trained by an inmate to become a service dog, among other things. So you could see that is a little bit interesting. The whistleblower, by the way, also claims that a top official at the prison camp complained he is, quote, sick of having to be Maxwell's bitch. Well, I mean,
fair. Fair.
It's objectively crazy. You're running a federal prison camp. Most of the inmates are fraudsters,
white-collar criminals.
They're white-collar criminals. You're not even allowed in this prison if you're a sex offender, like Ghislaine Maxwell. If you're a murderer or whatever, there's something called a point system. I was doing some research in the federal prison system. Like, you need a very, very low number of like points, like violent crime and all that. It usually keeps you out of places like a federal prison camp. Pedophiles and all that, they're not allowed in there either. It's a very specific type of inmate. It's kind of a cushy place. That's why it is what it is. And they have a lot of like leeway. There's not as many guards. A lot of them, they can smuggle food in or whatever. Like, people kind of look the other way. So when Ghislaine shows up here, these guys are not, first of all, it's a type of inmate who's not even supposed to be there. But then second, there's obviously pressure from somewhere about her treatment inside of this prison camp. So if a top prison official is saying, I'm tired of being her bitch, somebody is telling him, you have to be her bitch. Who is that person? Is it in the DOJ, at the Bureau of Prisons? All of this. By the way, I mean, the Bureau of Prisons, are we all going to forget, was the entity which oversaw the suicide, released the video, if you want to call it that, of the evidence, again, if you want to call it, who covered up and did the investigation, of the so-called suicide, of which there's a million holes to run through. So this stuff just stinks. I mean, the entire thing stinks.
I mean, we know it comes from Trump.
Yeah.
Like, there's no mystery around it. We know she knows stuff he doesn't want out. She has all this power and leverage. Ever since she started getting her cushy treatment, guess what? The least the Wall Street Journal and everywhere else stopped. She got her prison transfer. She gets to hang out with her puppy. Another thing that they said here that was noteworthy is she gets to have more access with visitors who have computers so that she can have outside electronic communications. Again, something that is completely barred and banned for any of the other inmates who committed much lesser crimes than she committed. So it's insane.
No,
I mean,
it's totally
obvious
crazy.
What's going on here. She has dirt on Trump or on his friends or all of the above that he doesn't want to be made public. And so, in effect, not only is this prison official her bitch, but Trump is her bitch. he's doing her bidding and getting her the special treatment. That's what's happening here. And oh, by the way, she's also putting in her application for her sentence to be commuted. And
Lord, I've been talking all this time, and my goddamn volume was off. Hey, Liz, how you doing? I apologize. I have been talking all this time, and my dang on sound has been off. How y'all doing? Okay, let's move on. We'll get back to it some other time. I don't know. I cannot believe I was talking all of that time. Now, let me thank you for telling me my sound is out. Now, uh, let me let you hear one of the whistleblowers in this case. She had something to say. This is one of the whistleblowers. I mean, one of the Epstein victims. And she's talking about the whistleblower.
We do not want this to happen. I beg President Trump not to do anything that she's requesting. I'm not surprised she's trying to get out because she still has a lot of power and she still has a lot of secrets. So I'm not quite sure how much weight that holds.
Apart from Virginia, you say another friend of yours was forced to have sex with Andrew?
Nothing happened to me. I just had a girlfriend during those years that she came to me really upset and said that Jeffrey had made her go into a room and have sex with someone that I thought was the prince. So that's the reason why I started speaking out, because of what I saw on the island, Virginia, and also what my friend told me.
And we asked Andrew Mountbatten Windsor for a response. We haven't heard back. He has previously denied all wrongdoing. Ghislaine Maxwell is reportedly planning to formally ask Donald Trump to cut her 20-year prison sentence for child sex trafficking, according to documents obtained by Democrats on the US House Judiciary Committee. Maxwell helped paedophile Jeffrey Epstein sexually abuse young girls. She was friends with Andrew Windsor. He used to be a prince, as you know, and it was she who introduced Andrew to Epstein. That news comes just hours after a deal was struck that means the shutdown of the US government, which has dragged on for over a month, could soon be nearing an end, potentially bringing with it the release of the so-called Epstein files. I've been speaking to a survivor of Epstein, Lisa Phillips, and asked for her reaction about that reported Ghislaine Maxwell request.
Speaking on behalf of survivors, so many of my survivor sisters that were affected deeply by this woman, we do not want this to happen. I beg President Trump not to do anything that she's requesting. She's a convicted felon, and unfortunately, she's the only one serving time right now. There's many other people that haven't been held accountable, but she is serving time and she needs to be held accountable for what she's done.
She was sentenced to 20 years in prison for helping Epstein sexually abuse young girls for child sex trafficking charges. She has tried to get her appeal heard by the US Supreme Court. That hasn't happened. Why does she keep trying, do you think?
Well, I believe she keeps trying because she has still the power to affect a lot of people that are in power, and that could really make what she wants come true for her. I still feel like she's capable of doing that, unfortunately. That's just kind of what wealth and power buys you. She doesn't go to the same prison as everybody else. And from what I've been hearing, she's been petting dogs and hanging out in the fresh air and having tea parties. And it's really infuriating to a lot of us survivors to hear that.
It's interesting that you say you've been hearing that, because it is also reported that she has written an email to a relative obtained by NBC News that now she's been moved to a minimum security prison after having 2 meetings with the Deputy Attorney General. She is said to have written, "I feel like I've dropped through Alice in Wonderland's looking glass. I'm much happier here and more importantly safe."
Wow, I mean, she's so happy there. That's really great, but
She feels like she's dropped through Alice in Wonderland's looking glass. Isn't that fabulous? Isn't that fabulous? So I just wanted to share that with you, just in case you guys were not aware of that. Hello, Starboy. Good to see you. Welcome in. So I think that's horrible. I just think that is absolutely horrible. Um, so the news that I heard today was also, I found it in Axios. These links are in my description box. All of the links that I share are in the description box. What I find, um, House Dems release Epstein's email alleging Trump may have known about his behavior. Now, this is in Axios. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released emails Wednesday, including one from 2019, in which disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein alleged that 4547 knew about the girls, quote unquote, knew about the girls. The big pictures Democrats assert the emails raised serious questions about 4547 and his knowledge of Epstein's claim. 4547 had earlier dismissed demands for additional files tied to the Epstein investigation as a Democratic hoax. Uh, he acknowledged he was once friendly with the convicted sex offender, but said that they had a falling out. For context, in the 2019 email, Epstein's line that Trump knew about the girls appeared to refer to Trump's past claims that he banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club for allegedly approaching young women who worked there, driving the news. And we know that Virginia Dupree, the woman who was very vocal about this, unfortunately, I hadn't been paying attention to this, and who took her own life earlier this year, was one of the women. 4547 admitted that himself. He said, he took her from me, meaning she was employed at Mar-a-Lago, an underage girl, and he wasn't happy about Epstein taking Dupree from him. A woman who it appears who has had a very hard time dealing with what went on when she was in the lifestyle surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, to the point where she took her own life allegedly, because she just had, and she's not the only one of those young women who had taken their own lives. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, the 2019 email Epstein line that Trump knew about the girls appears to refer to Trump's past claim that he banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club for allegedly approaching young women who worked there, driving the news. The House Oversight Ranking member uh, Robert Garcia, Democrat of California, said the emails raised glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding and the nature of the relationship between Epstein and the president. The White House did not immediately respond to Axios' request for a comment. The other side. A spokesperson for Republicans on the committee said Democrats continue to carelessly cherry pick documents to generate clickbait that is not grounded in facts. So this is clickbait, according to the Republicans, and it's not grounded in facts. How, sir? Are they lying? Are they lying? Okay. The spokesperson alleged in their statement that Democrats were intentionally withholding records that name Democrats officials. Nobody cares if Democrat officials are named in there. If they are named in there, they should their names should be revealed as well. So you guys think that everybody is trying to cover up for people who abuse these young girls, because it appears that that's what you guys are doing. So you think that everybody is like the Republicans who are trying to squash all this information about the abuse of young girls? I don't think so. So that article, I just dropped that in my description box as well. Okay, let me see. I definitely want to talk about Did you hear that 4547 is saying that he's going to give everybody some of this tariff money? You remember he said that he had all of this tariff money and a tariff shelf, and he had taken in trillions of dollars and 18, 20, 21 trillion, not million, not billions. He said he has taken in trillions of dollars from these tariffs. You know those that money that we have to pay extra for all our products. So this is before the Supreme Court now. And it appears that the Supreme Court is going to finally follow the actual meaning of the law. The meaning of the law that only Congress can impose taxes. And regardless of what has been put out there, the tariffs are a tax on the American people. So when they went before the Supreme Court, what makes people speculate that the tariffs money is going to have to be returned, however much it is. What makes them feel that it's going to have to be returned, because all of the Supreme Court justices are in agreement that these tariffs were taxes on American people. No matter how they try to word salad it, these are taxes on the American people, and only Congress has the right to tax the American people. Fuck all this emergency. He did this under some type of emergency for national security, and we know that that was a hogwash and bullshit. So now he's getting antsy. Why is he getting antsy? Now, he wrote on Truth Social some crazy shit about what is wrong with the Supreme Court. Don't they know? Don't they know that I have all powers, or some shit like that? This was an emergency. What's wrong with the Supreme Court? And he's wondering, like, how can you guys go against me? You guys gave me all power. Uh, you guys are not going to cover for me? So it appears that, and then he says something to the effect that he was going to pay down the large deficit that he just added to by making the tax cuts on billionaires permanent. And he said that tax debt is $37 trillion, and if they want me to pay back the tariff, that's going to be like $2 trillion, and we're not going to be able to do that. How if you're sitting up making all of these announcements about the trillions of dollars that you have collected from tariff. See, it was his decision to put out these numbers that increased by $1 trillion every other day. But now, if he has to pay back, I think it's like $3.2 trillion, if they reverse this his ability to put tariffs on other countries, he's going to have to pay back $3.2 trillion when he has been out here started with $17 trillion that he made off of tariff. We have a tariff shelf. We have all of this money from tariff. So if you collected $17 trillion, that's what you're going to have to pay back. What are you talking about? $3.2 trillion. Let's get into this foolishness. Let me get into this. Trump forget his own lies. He always forgets his own lies. Where is this stuff that I have on tariffs? Here it is, right here. Now, I will drop. I will. If you okay, let me share this with you first. I will share a little bit of the argument. Now, also, he after he's been tweeting out on that live social platform that he had all night. He also had the audacity to throw who under the bus? His own attorney who was brought the case before the Supreme Court. You know, the guy who talked like RFK Jr. with a harsh voice, who is always presenting cases for 45, 47 at the Supreme Court. I forget his name. He said that that the Supreme Court got the wrong numbers, as if the attorney gave the Supreme Court the wrong numbers. And, you know, they don't understand. They got the wrong numbers. And he is panicking about this money that he is alleged to have collected for these tariffs. Why is he in panic? Why is he in panic? I'm telling you. It's just shocking that no one is investigating any of the lies, any of the money, where all this money. They are not talking in millions anymore. If they start talking in millions, it is so unimpressive, because it's like, what's millions when we're talking in billions now? You may as well be talking about pennies. We're talking billions of dollars. And nobody is trying to find out, well, we had to get money to pay for this, and we had to get money to pay for that. And they won't tell you where they got the money to pay for the military while the government shutdown was in effect. Well, we're going to find money from somewhere. What type of government works like this? In the shadows, in the dark. We're going to find trillions of dollars. Anyway, let me share with you a little bit of the oral argument.
Would you spend a few minutes on why exactly the major question doctrine doesn't apply to the president in this case?
Yes, Justice Thomas, and I may make 2 or 3 points on that front. First of all, though the major questions doctrine may apply to the president in other contexts, specifically in the foreign affairs context where he has his own inherent Article II authority, it's a particularly poor fit to apply the major questions doctrine, and that's for at least 2 reasons. First of all, just as a matter of kind of common sense interpretation, one would expect Congress to confer major powers on the president to address major, sort of international crises, so to speak, in foreign arising emergencies, that's just sort of a natural common sense thing you expect Congress to do. And in fact, Justice Jackson in his Youngstown opinion addressed this very situation in pages 652 and 653 when he says, this is the system this is the procedure within our constitutional system that we have developed to strike the balance.
Understand that they're talking about the emergency powers that he said that he was putting these tariffs on every country in the world. It was some type of financial emergency. So this is what they are arguing. What emergency was it that he didn't go to Congress and like he was supposed to? They were pretending like there was a financial emergency.
What James and Moore described as the never-ending tension between the need for the executive to have robust powers to address emergencies and to subject it to checks and balances. What our constitutional system has devised to address that particular problem, that never-ending tension, is the system where Congress confers broad emergency powers in advance and subjects them to ongoing political oversight, which is exactly what you see in IEPA. So that's one reason. One reason, just as a matter of common sense interpretation, you would expect Congress to grant major powers to the president, who has his own broad range of major authority, inherent Article II authority in this context. And that is buttressed by the second point.
Can I interrupt you, General, there? And I know that you have a second question, and I want to let you get to that. But just on that first reason, it seemed to depend a lot on the president's inherent Article II powers. And I'm wondering which powers you're speaking of there, because tariffs, one would naturally think, is are the power to impose taxes, the power to regulate foreign commerce. These are not things that are thought of as Article II powers. They are quintessential Article I powers. So what kind of Article II powers are you relying on when you gave the answer about major questions to Justice Thomas?
I would refer to what the court said, for example, in Egan, Department of Navy against Egan. That's a generally accepted view that the president has broad authority in the foreign affairs realm. Now, there's been debates about exactly how far it goes and how to draw the boundary between the president and Congress, but Egan, Garamendi, other cases, Curtis Wright, the court has recognized the president has broad inherent authority to address foreign situations, foreign affairs, foreign policy, including foreign arising emergencies. Now, we don't contend that he has, at least in peacetime, inherent tariffing authority. What we have here is two layers. There's the layer, the bedrock of the president's, inherent Article II powers, and layered on top of that is a sweeping delegation of authority from Congress. When you put those two things together, Congress is saying you have inherent powers to address international emergencies, and we're conferring on you the tools, including Article I tools, like, for example, the power to regulate foreign commerce. I think a very important distinction here. We don't contend that what's being exercised here is the power to tax. It's the power to regulate foreign commerce. These are regulatory tariffs. They are not revenue-raising tariffs. The fact that they raise revenue is only incidental. The tariffs would be most effective, so to speak, if no person ever paid them, if they achieve their goals. If they
Counsel, you've already mentioned Dames and Moore three times, which surprises me a little because the court in Dames and Moore went out of its way to say that it was issuing a very narrow decision that pretty much expected to apply only in this case. Just a few quotes. It said, decisions in this area have been rare, episodic, and afford little precedential value for subsequent cases. Again, we lay down no general guidelines covering other situations not involved here and confine the opinion only to the very questions necessary to decision of this case. And it ended the opinion. It said, finally, we re-emphasize the narrowness of our decision. Now, this an issue in Dames and Moore was a different provision of IEPA, not at issue here, and certainly did not concern tariffs. So I don't quite understand how you can get as much out of Dames and Moore as you're trying to get.
Maybe I could put it this way. You don't dispute that Dames and Moore is, as you state, a narrow opinion. However,
Bottom line, it went poorly. It went quite poorly at the Supreme Court. If you want to hear the entire argument, it is linked in my description box as well. All of the things that I've linked are in order that I have presented them. Now, I want to give you a overview of how it went. Overview and how these nimwits are coming out here lying to the public about this economy and about these tariffs and show you some of the tweets that came out. Let's take a look at this. This is in my description box as well.
He surrounds himself. This president of the United States. He surrounds himself. This president of the United States surrounds himself with people that kiss his ass, and no matter what is it's happening, no matter how bad things are looking, they have to make sure they say how wonderful he is and how he wins on everything. Hey, here's a really good person to do that. His name is Howard Nuttlick.
How do you think it went today?
Oh, this is the Super Bowl. This was the Super Bowl of trade, right? Trade, and this was it. The only thing missing.
This is the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl of trade. It went well. Howard Ballick
was walk on and walk off music at a halftime show. I mean, this was it. And there were fireworks all the time. But think of some of these questions, like Justice Kavanaugh says, imagine a meeting in the Oval Office with the president where, and this was his cross-examination of their lawyer, and he says, you've said he could embargo, he could cut off trade with any country. And their lawyer said, I agree. He goes, imagine telling the president in the Oval Office, sir, you can blow up trade with this country. And he goes, that seems too much. Can I put a tariff on him and do a little less? And they say, no, sir, you can't. And Justice Kavanaugh says, that seems like a very odd donut to me. I mean, how could you let that happen? It just didn't make sense. The justices were on the president's side. You're hearing it here from me. President Trump is going to...
The justices were on the president's side. If so, why is he panicking about having to repay these tariffs? Absolute liars come out and try to tell you that prices in the grocery store have actually gone down. But you don't believe it because the Democrats are telling you that they are going up. Not that your lived experience, not that your money out of your pocket for your grocery bills is telling you that. That's not true. You guys are buying into the Democrats' lies about prices going down. Prices have gone down under this administration. They have the actual audacity to show their faces. And let me continue.
Win this case.
Lutnick wrapped up his used car salesman line and said, "You've heard it here first." Maybe it's more like, a game show host. "We'll be right back after these messages. You heard it here first. I guarantee it. Donald Trump's going to win this case." This case being probably very important to him. We're going to find out why in a second. Obviously, this case here in front of the Supreme Court, if you guys have not heard about Trump's tariff power, the tariff power that he's wielding over everybody, with this assumption he can do whatever the hell that he wants, which he has been doing because Congress is being led by Republicans that are like, "Hey, Donald Trump, you can do whatever it is that you want." The problem with Donald Trump saying he can do whatever it is that he wants, but then getting in front of any kind of judges or court, is he loses all the time. This is Oregon Attorney General, and he's the one who's a part of going against.
He is the one who is arguing the case. So let's hear from him.
Donald Trump on this tariff case, and watch how he points out what it is that Donald Trump's people in court, in front of the Supreme Court, were arguing.
My name is Dan Rayfield, Attorney General for the state of Oregon. We're proud to bring this case today. I think there was something that was incredibly important that was said today, and it wasn't said by any of our attorneys. It was said by President Donald Trump, Solicitor General, when he looked Justice Roberts squarely in the eyes and said, "The American people, not foreign countries, but the American people are going to pay 30 to 80% of these tariffs," and then had the gall to look all of those justices again in the eye and say that these are not taxes on the American people. And they're doing.
So they went in and admitted that all of 45, 47, himself and his administration have been out here lying to the people about and took it to court. And the first thing he admitted was, in fact, the American people are paying between 30 and 80% of these tariffs. Why are we here then? Why are we here? Let's continue.
Doing it by abusing an emergency power. And that was the conversation that we heard today.
They admitted that American consumers pay 70, 80% of these costs. They always have to admit it in the right circles. They've admitted it in front of us too. Then that's right before they go back to saying, but those importers do. But this is what's keeping these justices from really, doing their normal rubber stamping of anything that Donald Trump wants. Because it's really hard to, when people hear these arguments and they go, "Man, this is going to make us look bad."
The vehicle is imposition of taxes on Americans, and that has always been the core power of Congress. If a tariff is imposed on automobiles, who pays them?
Can you point to any other place in the code or any other time in history where that phrase, "together regulate importation," has been used to confer tariff imposing authority?
Congress, as a practical matter, can't get this power back once it's handed it over to the president. It's a one-way ratchet toward the.
Hold on one second. Greg, my name is not Lady. My name is right above what I'm talking about. My name is on my channel. My name is not Lady. When you address me by my screen name. Now, are you dense? Allow him to run the country, but it also allows the country to tell the truth about how he is running the country. What was that question that you had? Lady, are you nuts? We pay tariffs to other countries. Okay, and what other countries do we pay tariffs to? Be specific. While we are charging countries that don't even have human being tariffs. Make any of this make sense? What countries do we pay tariffs to? Do we pay tariffs to every country? No, we don't. And while he was put into office to run the country, and you trying to say that he had to clean up. I love the fact that uh, every time you show what a utter failure this administration is, they try to blame it on Biden. So you're saying that he was elected to clean up Biden's mess. You know, the same talking points. Well, why haven't he cleaned them up then? Why is he just telling us that grocery prices are down when we know grocery prices are not down? So if he was put into office to clean it up, why hasn't he? Is my question. Why hasn't he cleaned up the mess that he alleged that Biden left us in? Why isn't it cleaned up? Why is he saying that he has between 17 and 21 trillion dollars that he's taken in by these tariffs, and the prices have not gone down, they've only gone up? Can you tell me that, Greg? Can you tell me why the prices have gone up? I spent $500. Uh, I think you meant on grocery, and I didn't even have enough for Thanksgiving. He promised prices would go down. What? Why haven't the prices gone down? You said he was put in here. He was put into office because people bought his bullshit about prices being so high, and he would make egg prices go down on day one. And they want to opine about these egg prices that have finally gone down. Why did the egg prices go down? Because during the election there was an outbreak of bird flu, so they had to destroy many of the eggs. So there was a shortage of eggs, and they were price gouging on the eggs. You know that price gouging that is allowed in the United States. But why has the beef gone up 16%? Why have everything else that you shop for gone up? And with these tariffs, it guarantees that everything you buy is going to go up, because as you hear, the Solicitor General for this White House went into the Supreme Court and admitted that the American citizens pay anywhere between 30 and 80% of the cost of these tariffs. So explain to me why this administration is out here lying every day and telling you who has to pay this shit that prices have gone down, Greg. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Greg. He is running the country. He's running the country into the ground, and I'm talking about it. I'm talking about it. No answer? No answer, Greg? You want to argue with me when you hear the Solicitor General who's bringing this fucking case about this emergency bullshit that he said that he had to put tariffs on everybody, tell you that the American citizen pay anywhere between 30 and 80%? So we are to believe that the increase in tariffs that these companies have to pay to bring products to America, they are actually paying 70% of the tariffs and letting the customer off. He was lowballing, even saying that the American people pay 30%. You think a company is going to pay 70% increase in tariff and not bring the cost of the tariff to the customer? Are you kidding me? He was in there lowballing, talking about 30%. Did you not hear Walmart say that the last quarter of this year, that prices will have gone up between 60%, because they have depleted all of their other all of their other products that they had previously purchased prior to the tariffs, and they said that prices would be going up every day, and at the last quarter, prices would be 60% higher because of the tariff to the customer. So are we to believe that Walmart is paying these tariffs? You're paying the tariffs. Everything you buy is going to be more expensive. 45, 47 even sat up there and said, well, maybe the doll, maybe you won't be able to buy 30 dolls, and maybe the dolls would be $1 or $2 more. First of all, you have to get somebody in there who even buys 30 dolls. Maybe if you are buying 30 dolls, he said maybe you'll have one doll. So that if you're accustomed, if we take that on face value, if you're accustomed to buying your child 30 dolls for Christmas, and because of the tariff, you can only buy one doll, that may be $1 or $2 more. Well, it seems like them tariffs really hit you in the pocket to go from buying 30 dolls to buying one doll. If we want to use this fool's rationale. Nothing else, Greg? Okay, we'll continue.
Once it's handed it over to the president, it's a one-way ratchet toward the gradual but continual accretion of power in the executive branch and away from the people's elected representatives.
It seems like he's not doing all that well in this. It's, if this many guys are talking about how it's not looking too good for him, and then, Howard Lucknick is the only one who's saying, believe me, guarantee, just give me.
Howard Ball-Lick said, oh, it looks good. I got booted. I apologize. Where did I leave off at? Where did I leave off at? Is anybody here? Where did I drop off at? I was behind the screen. I didn't realize that I got dropped off. Something is going on with StreamYard. Is anybody here? You hear Rascal? Rascal's here. Okay. I don't know where I dropped off at. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see where I dropped off at. No one's talking. Let me see. I dropped off there. I apologize. I didn't realize that I had dropped off. Okay, let's get back into this. Let's get back into this. I think you guys are back. I'm back. I think you guys are back as well. Okay. So what I was saying was, before I was rudely dropped off by StreamYard. Hey, Sassy. Okay, yes, I'm back. Thank you for letting me know that you hear me. What I was saying, I said a lot. I don't know how much you guys missed. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, let me continue sharing this. Oh, this is where we were. Now, what I was saying is, if everything is going so well, why is 47 nervous about the Supreme Court actually overturning of this emergency uh, lie that he said that he had to enforce all these tariffs under these different countries? And he is saying that the investments that were made due to these tariffs into the United States from these corporations that have decided to start doing more manufacturing. He also said that there's pharmaceutical companies that are already building different different pharmaceutical plants in the United States. I played that yesterday. Can anyone tell me what state is there a pharmaceutical company being built in the United States? See, a whole bunch of lies and a whole bunch of people arguing about lies that are easily discovered to be non-factual. Like when he had all those tech guys sitting up at the table and waxing his balls and saying how much money that they were going to invest in the United States. Where are these investments? All of these tech guys are talking about the investments that they are putting into the United States to build what? AI. This AI that's going to do what? Take your fucking jobs. As Mark Zuckerberg set up there next to him, and he's, "Hey, Mark, how much are you gonna invest?" And Mark Zuckerberg looked like somebody was choking him by the throat. His eyes got so big out of his head, and then he said, well, I'm gonna invest anywhere between $5 and $7 billion, and like, did I do good, Daddy? And then when the cameras went away, but the mics were still on, Mark Zuckerberg said, "I didn't know what you wanted me to tell you. Was that price okay?" These investments, are these the investments in the United States that are coming to the United States that 45, 47 and his administration lied to you about? Those investments? So where are these manufacturing companies that these tariffs, since we're letting him run the country? And the only thing we got out of it was no war settled and higher prices than under Biden. Under Biden, the whole reason why he allegedly had to inflict these high tariffs, and the only thing we got out of it are higher prices. How can you not think that you were going to get higher prices when the person who is arguing that he had to inflict emergency tariffs is telling the Supreme Court that you're paying the cost for it? Why are you arguing with me? I really need to know. Oh, I'm sure Greg has all left by now. Thank you for becoming a member, Outspoken. I appreciate your support. Good morning, Madison. No, I fell off, Liz. I don't know what happened, for what reason I fell off, but I fell off. Now, keep this 3 million, 3 trillion dollars in mind, because he's complaining uh, the return of funds in excess of $3 trillion. It would not be possible to ever make up for that kind of drubbing. $3 trillion. Understand, how many times have you heard him say how many $1 trillion he has bought in from these tariffs? The first amount, he said he bought in 17 trillion, and it has gone up $1 trillion every other day. Kind of like the price on that ballroom that goes up 50 or $100 million every time he talks about it again. So you want to argue with me, but you can't explain none of this, what I'm asking you. Now you done link your ass away, Greg. You have no answers to any of these common sense questions, because obviously you have no common sense. Okay, man. Okay, so let's continue.
That would truly become an insurmountable national security event and devastating to the future of our country, possibly non-sustainable. Donald Trump I believe, accidentally admitted that we can't take this. I've got all this money that I said I'm taking in. I've got investments of $22 trillion. Remember how the number keeps jumping? 8 trillion to 10 to 17 to 21 to 25 to 100 gazillion. All this money that he says he's bringing in, all the money that's being paid by all of these folks who are importing goods into the United States, which none of that is happening. He's basically pleading, yo, you guys can't overturn this. You guys can't take it away. You guys can't make me pay it back because I already fucking spent it, because I'm a drunk asshole who takes people's money and spends it. Donald Trump has never paid his debts. Donald Trump has never paid people that do work for him. Remember that Canadian ad that featured Ronald Reagan that he went into an uproar about because all they did was quote and show Ronald Reagan talking about how against tariffs he is. And he was worried that would change the narrative. He was worried not about, people. He was worried about the Supreme Court. And I was like, why is he only thinking about the Supreme Court? It's because he might lose this case and he'll be exposed for spending all of our money.
And I'm satisfied with the deal we have. We have a deal right now that's very good for us. And any deal that would have been made would have been better for them than the one they have right now. That's why I was surprised they did this. They did this to try and influence the Supreme Court. And many foreign countries aren't particularly happy, but they took advantage of us for years. For years and years, they took advantage.
Now, this is him talking about Canada, because Ontario did an ad playing Ronald Reagan's own words that tariffs are good when they are used tactically, but on a broad scale, they are bad for the American people. They make prices go up, and thus they make people lose jobs. So 4547 came out and said that they did this because they know that the Supreme Court is hearing his excuse of bringing tariffs on every country in the world. And they were trying, Canada was trying to interfere with that and make him look bad. And what they played of Ronald Reagan, what came out of Ronald Reagan's mouth was a lie. They cherry picked the information, but it did not. It no less made what Ronald Reagan said was exactly what Ronald Reagan said. You even had some schlups under the Reagan Foundation who tried to say that Reagan's words were taken out of context. Well, as long as that ad was, Reagan words were real clear. The context was all there. See, this is another lie that, well, you took that out of context. That was taken out of context. No, sweetheart, all the context was in that ad. 4547 then had the audacity to say that Reagan loved tariffs when Reagan was clear on what he thought about tariffs. So while you talking about let him run the country, he is running the country. He's running the country in the ground while his family, and billionaires get richer. He's running the country. While millions of people are subject to lose their health care, while he's still fighting to not pay SNAP benefits to poor, the elderly, and children and veterans. He is running the country, and I'm talking about it.
And President, they took the Supreme Court, and many foreign countries aren't particularly happy, but they took advantage of us for years. For years and years, they took advantage. And President shouldn't have allowed that to happen, but they did.
Canada's been taking advantage of us, and they were trying to influence the Supreme Court. How is it that, just not even Canada, Ontario, the province, they're the ones who put forward that ad that Donald Trump went mad about, and then had the Reagan people say that that's not what Ronald Reagan said, and they linked us to exactly what it is that Ronald Reagan said, which is what was in that ad. He also posted about it. You guys remember this too? This is from the time as well too. He said Canada cheated and got caught. They fraudulently took a big buy ad saying that Ronald Reagan did not like tariffs, when actually he loved tariffs for our country and its national security. Canada is trying to illegally influence the United States Supreme Court in one of the most important rulings in the history of our country. The only reason Donald Trump thinks that that's one of the most important rulings in the history of our country is because he'd be tied up in that madness. He'd be tied up.
Hold on. Let me pull that ad. So we can be clear. We need to be clear on what we're talking about. Just the facts. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here is let's play let me play. I think this is just a piece of the ad, but I do need to play the actual ad for you so we can quit playing games like we are ignorant. We're not ignorant.
America's jobs and growth are at stake.
The ad paid for by the province of Ontario set off Mr. Trump on social media, calling the ad fake, with Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs.
Such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. The result
The
is
Reagan Presidential Foundation said the ad misrepresents the 1987 address on trade and said it should be watched in full. This dust-up is another skirmish in a trade war with Canada. Today, Canada's Prime Minister sidestepped the ad fury, but says he wants to keep negotiating.
When the Americans are ready to...
No, this isn't what I want. Let me go back and see
Drama
if I
comes
can
as Wall
find the
Street soared,
full ad.
with the Dow closing above 47,000 for the first time.
Hold on.
With the S&P
Let me
and
see if I
NASDAQ
can
up as
find
well, driven
the
in part by data that
full
shows
ad.
inflation.
Let me see. I just want the ad. I don't want anyone's interpretation of the ad. Here it is, from the Reagan Library.
My fellow Americans, Prime Minister Nakasone of Japan.
Here we go. I found it. Oh, I'm still sharing it. Okay, good. I don't know why I can't.
And will be visiting me here at the White House next week. As perhaps you've heard, last week I placed new duties on some Japanese products in response to Japan's inability to enforce their trade agreement with us on electronic devices called semiconductors. Now, imposing such tariffs or trade barriers and restrictions of any kind are steps that I am loath to take. And in a moment I'll mention the sound economic reasons for this, that over the long run such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. But the Japanese semiconductors were a special case. We had clear evidence that Japanese companies were engaging in unfair trade practices that violated an agreement between Japan and the United States. We expect our trading partners to live up to their agreements. As I've often said, our commitment to free trade is also a commitment to fair trade. But you know, in imposing these tariffs, we were just trying to deal with a particular problem, not begin a trade war. So next week, I'll be giving Prime Minister Nakasone this same message. We want to continue to work cooperatively on trade problems and want very much to lift these trade restrictions as soon as evidence permits. We want to do this because we feel both Japan and the United States have an obligation to promote the prosperity and economic development that only free trade can bring. Now, that message of free trade is one I conveyed to Canada's leaders a few weeks ago, and it was warmly received there. Indeed, throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. Now, there are sound historical reasons for this. For those of us who lived through the Great Depression,
Okay. So, are we clear on what Reagan felt about free trade? Here's another one. Come on, Ronnie.
My fellow Americans, last Wednesday I notified Congress of my decision not to impose either quotas or tariffs on foreign shoe imports into this country. I'd like to talk with you about that decision because the case of shoe imports illustrates why so-called protectionism is almost always self-destructive, doing more harm than good even to those it's supposed to be helping. Advocates of protectionism often ignore its huge hidden costs that far outweigh any temporary benefits. The Council of Economic Advisers estimate that the quotas on shoe imports that I turned down would have cost the American consumer nearly $3 billion. And there are other costs. Quotas would have entitled our trading partners to another $2 billion in compensation, or they would have retaliated, slapping quotas or tariffs on the products we sell to them. That would mean an immediate loss of American jobs and a dangerous step down the road to a trade war. Also, if our trading partners can't sell their products here, they can't afford to buy our exports, and that means more lost jobs for Americans. Protectionism almost always ends up making the protected industry weaker and less able to compete against foreign imports. Between 1977 and 1981, U.S. footwear manufacturers received protection from foreign imports, but at the end of that time, they were more vulnerable to foreign competition than before. Instead of protect.
Okay, the link is in my description box. Are we clear on what Reagan thought about free trade? Now let's get back. Let's get back to these tariffs. Are we? Hey, Happy Life. Are we clear on what that ad that Ontario put out was actually and factually Reagan's position on trade? So here, let's get back to this $2 trillion. If the Supreme Court overturns 45-47 foolish amount of trade of tariff that he has put on all of these countries, how he is afraid that he will not be able to return $3 trillion. At the same time, why do you think that yesterday they came out with this idea that they are going to give every United States citizens, all the middle and low earners, $2,000? Why do you think they came out with that? Because they don't want to give back these trillions. They don't want to have to produce these 17, 20 trillion dollars that they have came out in public on the record and said that they have gotten from these tariffs. Why do you think they saying that they give every United States citizen a peddly $2,000? The fuck $2,000 mean? They think so little of you that they can wreck your whole motherfucking income. Prices go up on you daily. And they think that you are supposed to be appeased with a funky ass $2,000 when you have been harmed far worse than 2,000 funky ass dollars. These are billionaires. These are people who are setting up to make billions. But they think they can shoo you off with $2,000. You should be insulted. Let's continue.
Up and having to pay back what it is that seems, I don't know this, but the way he was freaking out and posting about how this would be devastating to our country. I'm going to look at it again. He said, it will truly become an insurmountable national security event and devastating to the future of our country.
And you know what is whenever they want to get their way on some dumb shit, it's always because of national security. What about repaying the tariff that you weren't allowed to collect and make people whole again? What does that have to do with national security? Absolutely nothing. But they always with the scare tactics. National security. You fucking put tariffs, illegally took the right to decide tariffs from Congress, and lied and said that there was some national security reason, emergency, that you had to take the power from Congress because there was a national security emergency that you had to put tariffs on everybody in the first place. Now, if you have to return the money, there's that would cause another national emergency. How, Sway? Make that make sense. You can't, because it doesn't.
Possibly non-sustainable. That's destructive type of language. If you're taking in all this money, if you got $27 trillion coming in, Why would that be so destructive for you to pay back to these businesses that had to pay extra tariffs? Because I was wondering, I said, is this really how it would happen? Here's details of how that payback would go down. Justice Amy Coney Barrett said repaying the billions of dollars in tariffs the U.S. has collected since they took effect earlier this year would be messy. She used the term messy. Neil Katyal, the lawyer representing a group of small businesses challenging these tariffs, conceded that repaying the duties would be a very complicated thing. Here's some details from some of the people who have companies that were affected. Rick Muscat, who's the CEO of Deer Stags, which is a third-generation family-run shoe company, told CNBC, I beg to differ with the concern over the repaying tariffs as being a mess. He disagrees. On every customs entry, we detail specific line items that indicate the duty and tariff rates that we are paying, is what he said. On customs entry summaries, importers identify the specific product code, country of origin, and type of tariffs being paid. It should be pretty easy. All of it's already labeled. All of it's already been shown as the differences. This is where the problem then lands for them. So Green Bar Distillery, a small business that bottles cocktails and liquors in LA, has paid more than $50,000 in additional tariffs, or 10% of the company's profits. That's under Trump's policies. In terms of getting the tariff money back, logistically, technically, and theoretically, it should be easy because they're all clearly marked and line item, as that last guy pointed out. Practically, though, I don't know, is what this owner says. This administration has been very creative in finding ways to do whatever they like doing with tariffs. In other words, it should be easy to pay it back if you have it. It should be easy to pay it back once we identify how much you owe me. But normally, like, when people who are unethical and, don't have any money of their own, and then just ask you to hand them a couple dollars like Donald Trump keeps doing, and then they spend it on, ballrooms and who knows whatever else. What happens then is they don't have the money to pay you back when you're like, where's my mother?
Listen, Trump has gotten money from the inauguration, from all of these for-profit dinners that he does with these tech people, from all of these dinners that he do to give rich people access to them, so they can pay $1 million a seat, and then they can whisper in his ear, and then magically one of their relatives are pardoned for crimes. Trump has been taking in money hand over fist. Let's be clear. He has been taking money in hand over fist. Let's be clear that when he dug up the rose garden and put that marble down, there was a clip of a worker who had a machine, and he actually came out and told you, the American public, that guy cracked that piece of marble and he was not paying the contractors. See, that's something that he has always done. He has always gotten work done and left the working man blowing in the wind, not paying them. Where Greg at? Greg, you left now, huh? Greg, you want to buy into the bullshit, but you don't want to talk about the facts, Greg. Where you at, Greg? Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, yes. Let's see this.
Money. So while all that's happening, this is how he's responding to what he knows about tariffs. This is the reasons why we're in the situation that we're in.
President Xi was willing to do the rare earth thing, that's magnets. Now, nobody knows what a magnet is. If you don't have a magnet, you don't make a car. You don't make a computer. You don't make television.
Hey, Greg. Where Greg at? Greg, you arguing with me behind this one? You arguing with me behind somebody who thinks that magnets are a new thing? Are you arguing with me behind this person who put 140% tariff on Xi because he couldn't have his way with rare earth minerals? You know, those rare earth minerals that he is saying that he's going to invade uh, 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 what is it? Africa. What is it? Nigeria behind under the guise of Christian persecution of those rare earth minerals, that he decided to say that he's not going to do, he wasn't going to the G7 in South Africa because once he told that lie that there was a white genocide going on in South Africa, the guy over the rare earth minerals said that they were not going to give the United States any more business in their rare earth minerals. And now all of a sudden, he's not even going to the G7 summit. And who uses these magnets, these things that a lot of people don't know about? Who uses these magnets? These tech bros. You know those same tech bros who were sitting around that table lying about the amount of investment that they are putting in the United States? So you mean to tell me that under the guise of a religious persecution of Christians, when more Muslims have been persecuted in Nigeria, that we are going to actually use our blood and treasure to go to war to get rare earth minerals for billionaires? Is that what you telling me, Greg? Is that what you telling me, Greg? Or are you just the fool? Because I know I ain't no fool. Let's continue.
Televisions and radios and all the other things. You don't make anything. It's a 30-year effort to monopolize a very important thing. Now, within 2 years, we'll have magnets, all the magnets we want, but we don't. Because of tariffs, I called. I said, listen, here's the story. You're going to play the magnet. I'm going to play the tariff on you. And for national security purposes, I raised the tariff by 100% over and above what they were paying, which was 55. So he was at 155.
So, what was the national security thing? What is so national and security about having magnets? Huh, Greg? Greg, where's the national security emergency about having magnets? These billionaires want magnets. Pay for your motherfucking magnets. The fuck out of here. If you can't, if you cannot be successful in your business, what happens? You shutter your business. Ask any small business person. What happens when you can't? Do every business get bailed out by the U.S. government, or only billionaires? Greg, the fuck out of my face.
Percent. Within 10 minutes, I got a call. We'd like to meet. And we settled it out, and we made a wonderful deal, great deal for our country.
No one knows.
What exactly was this deal? Where's the vagueness? 10 minutes, we hammered it out, and we got a great. Be specific, bitch.
About nobody knows what a magnet is, except for the guy who doesn't know the 30-year mortgage about 30-year mortgages. Only he knows about magnets. Only he knows about tariffs. Somebody at some point has to ask him, yo, do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Because it doesn't sound like you know anything that you're talking about. I can't.
But Greg, speaking of the 40-year the 40-year mortgage, Dick Greg, he's running the country, and since the average person buys their house at the age of 40, he's going to do them a favor, and he's going to take the mortgage and make 50-year mortgages. And even Laura Ingraham from Fox News said, he said it's no, he said she's like 50-year mortgage, and he said, oh, it's no big thing. They go from 40 to 50-year mortgages. This person think that there are actually 40-year mortgages. He wanted to present to the United States that he's just going to take your mortgage, extend your mortgage for 10 years. when there's no such thing as 40-year mortgages. There are 30-year mortgages. And this is the person that you want me to say, oh, well, he was elected, so let him run the country and play like I'm stupid when he's out here saying stupid shit. You want me to play dumb because you want to act dumb. Let me see if Greg is still here. Is Greg here? Oh, Greg is not here. Okay, so let's continue. He's going to take your mortgage up from a 40-year to a 50-year. No, the payments will go down a little bit, and that'll help the people out. Well, how is that going to help anybody out when over 1,300,000 people have lost their jobs in the quick a little 10 and a half months that you've been in office? You actually sent Elon Musk and your Doge people to do exactly that. You actually, during the shutdown, brought out the dark night of your administration, Russell Vogt, and threatened people's jobs if the government wasn't reopened quickly, that you were going to get rid of a lot of jobs. So while you talking about you doing people a favor and taking a mortgage from 30 years, which you thought was a 40-year mortgage, and then upping it to 50 years, what does that do about the people who are unemployed, who are underemployed? And let's not forget about what you said to Laura Ingraham about the H-1B visa people that you wanted to come into the United States. You wanted more of them to come into the United States. Why? You said because our people were not ready, and the people in the United States would not be ready and are not ready to get these engineering jobs, as you shuttered the Department of Education, as and you people in the administration don't even take education seriously, but you want to give jobs to people on H-1B visas because they can be employed in the United States by billionaires who undercut their pay, because they don't want to pay American people American wages at any fucking educational any type of educational expertise they have. These billionaires still don't want to pay the American worker what they're worth, as they profit and get all of these tax cuts. But I'm supposed to play dumb as Elon Musk and all the rest of these billionaires bring these people over from India and set them up in apartments 6 and 8 per apartment, and have them working every working hour of their lives, because they don't want to follow the traditional work rules of the United States. And because they have people that they can threaten to take their work visas away from them, and they have to go back home. Thus, they can abuse these workers. Are we serious? Are we serious? So they don't have to pay the American worker who is accustomed to working 8 hours a day, and if anything is over that, if they are a salaried worker, they work more time. But if they are not a salaried worker, then you have to go by American work rules. But we know that Elon Musk doesn't like to go by American work rules, because every agency that had him in have been investigating him for running roughshod over the work rules. He dismantled those agencies that had investigations on him about not following work rule and abusing his employees. He closed down those fucking organizations. All of the organizations, and I think they were like 14 organizations, and that Doge went in and demolished those organizations. I have a story about the CFPB that they are demolishing. They are not funding the CFPB. Who is the CFPB? They are the people who claw back monies to give to people who are being abused by corporations, big banks, all of the subscriptions, all of these bank fees, overdraft fees, all of these fees that you have been abused by. They go back and get your money back from these corporations. One person can file a complaint with the CFPB. And if they go in, investigate it, and see that you are earned your money back, not only do you get your money back, every person that this company did the same thing to also get their money back. They're not funding the CFPB. I have a story about that later. Where Greg at? Greg, you ain't got nothing else to say? You ain't got nothing else to say, Greg? Everything that is going to help you as a consumer and help these big corporations from abusing you, they're not funding it. Not funding it. It's to claw back money for you. The only funding that they need is to fund the employers who do the investigations to get your money back. But they're not funding that. What you got to say now, Greg? Since you want to talk about who was voted in to run the country, and you think that I'm not going to talk about who got voted in to run the country and how they run in this country, Greg? Oh, okay. Let's continue.
Can't wait to see what this ruling is going to be. And honestly, I'm not very optimistic about where this ruling from the Supreme Court will be. Mike Johnson also, he's pretty optimistic that it's going to go in Donald Trump's way too, because they know they've already got the Supreme Court.
Okay. So I wanted to show you that. I just had to shout out Greg a little bit since he wanted my attention. Okay. The link is in my description box. So let's $3 trillion. He said that $3 trillion having to hey Angela T. White, it's good to see you. Having to pay back $3 trillion would be insurmountable. Why would having to pay back $3 trillion cause him so much pain? Let me hit. Why? If the Supreme Court overruled
The hot topic of the hour, President Trump will sit down with Chinese President Xi
tariffs, why would it be such a problem for him to pay back $3 trillion? Let's look at what he says he has collected out of his own mouth in tariffs. Why would paying back $3 trillion cause him problems?
Jinping in South Korea. The hot topic of the hour, President Trump will sit down with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea in just 2 weeks as tariff tensions are escalating between the two countries. The president admitting to Maria the 157% tariff is not sustainable. He commented from the White House yesterday. Watch this.
I'm going to see President Xi in 2 weeks. I'm going over to South Korea. They want to discuss the fact that they're paying 157% tariff. It's a little higher than they thought. And we're doing very well. I think we're going to do well in that negotiation. We've done well, as you know, with Japan, with South Korea, with Europe. The European nations got together. We made a deal. And it was all based without the tariffs. You could have never made the deal. I'll tell you what, tariffs equal national security. Remember that. Tariffs equal national security. You got to remember that. And they also equal wealth for our nation.
And tariff revenues are surging. Total revenue for fiscal year 2025 skyrocketing to more than $215 billion. According to the Treasury Department, those numbers just published. This is also ahead of the Supreme Court showdown on November 5th. The court is going to decide if President Trump's tariffs are constitutional. Now, the president may attend the hearing. That would mark the first time a sitting president has witnessed Supreme Court proceedings in person. Maria sat down with the president. She asked him about trade, record-breaking U.S. investment, and whether he has a tariff backup plan should the.
So we saw right there. They said that we saw right there, $215 billion. We saw total U.S. tariff revenue for fiscal year 2025, $215 billion. Let's continue.
Court rule against him. Watch.
It could be $20 trillion by the end of the first year, my first year.
Investment in America.
Investing in America, $20 trillion. No country's ever done anywhere even near that, like a fraction of.
It could be $20 trillion investment in America. Well, take that $20 trillion of investment in America and pay back the $3.2 trillion. Simple.
That Biden did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. I did $20 trillion. We're going to do over $17 trillion in 8 months. By the time we end, we could do over $20 trillion. And a big part of that are the tariffs, because they don't want to have to pay the tariffs because it's so unsustainable that they come and build the pharmaceuticals and the chips and all of the things. They're coming into the United States and they're building them. It's
where they're building pharmaceuticals and chips. Where are they building that in America? So if you made 17 trillion and expected to make 20 trillion by the end of the year, it's November, bitch. What's the problem?
Miracle, what's happening.
What is your backup plan should the Supreme Court decision go against you on the tariffs and the emergency?
Well, I'll have to figure something out. I don't want to even think about it. We're doing so well to think about it. You know, if that happened, we'd have to pay back money. So if anything would happen with that, that would mean they're allowed to use tariffs and we're not. If they took away, this is national security, if they took away tariffs, then they've taken away our national security.
Be specific. How is this national security? This is about a money grab. This is about you trying to enrich yourself however you choose to enrich yourself. Because the same Supreme Court said that if you would every presidential authority cannot be considered to be a crime. We're clear on what's going on here. Greg isn't, but I am.
National security and a lot of income for the federal government. Just in August and September alone, Luke, we collected back-to-back record-breaking revenues. That was just $62.6 billion in 2 months.
Well, what I find interesting is you just said $215 billion in tariff revenue on that shot there. We're on track for almost $300 billion, call it probably, for the end of this year. Yeah. That's basically on par with last year's deficit with China, the $300 billion trade deficit we had. And Trump actually hit the nail on the head. There's a bigger plan that he has with this. You know, when it comes to getting international countries to invest in America, what that does is drives the U.S. dollar up. That strengthens the U.S. dollar that's been very weak so far this year. We need the U.S. dollar to remain strong, and a couple reasons for that. One of the reasons I think Trump.
The U.S. dollar has been what? We are making all of this money, yet the U.S. dollar is still weak. As they try to paint a rosy picture for you. And Greg believes it. Okay. I just wanted to share that information with you guys. Let's move on. Let's get into how I think I'm affordability. Well, let's talk about affordability and how 4547 has dug himself a huge hole. We will talk about that right now. And isn't it funny that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a thorn in 4547's side? Let's talk about it.
They are so tired of their hard-earned tax. That's my district, and that's what people want. They are so tired of their hard-earned tax dollars being sent overseas to foreign wars and foreign aid and foreign causes, while life in America just becomes more and more unaffordable. We want this money invested at home for our infrastructure, for programs, for our people, and most importantly, for my children's generation and their children and their children and generations to come. When I drive around my
Marjorie, you don't see all of the billions of dollars that these tech billionaires are flooding into the United States. Margaret, you don't see all of the Marjorie. You don't see all of the pharmaceuticals companies being built in the United States. Surely you got to see that.
District, to all these beautiful little rural small towns, and there's manufacturing plants that are crumbling from decades of lost industry.
Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has been incredibly vocal in her acknowledgement that inflation and affordability are still massive issues here in the United States, and that the Trump administration has failed to tackle these issues at all. And now Trump, seemingly in a fit of desperation, is making some interesting promises to the American people, isn't he, Cenk?
Yeah, of course. So now that he's seeing right-wing and left-wing populists win by actually addressing the voters' needs, Trump is going, oh, okay, I'm gonna fix this. I'm just gonna give you $2,000. Is he actually gonna give you $2,000? Well, let's find out.
Well, look, I mean, you make a really good point. I mean, Zoran Mamdani's mayoral win in New York City has led to Trump basically realizing that he has lost some ground on the issue of the economy and affordability. And it turns out that things are still super expensive and inflation continues to be a problem, and Trump knows it. In fact, the latest government data shows that inflation persists, even ticking up slightly in the most recent consumer report. It's now at 3%. Grocery prices have risen since he took office. And a Washington Post, ABC News Ipsos poll found that the majority of Americans say they are spending more on groceries and utilities than they were a year ago when, of course, the president was Joe Biden, and he certainly wasn't getting a lot of kudos for how he handled the economy. And on top of that, a recent NBC News poll found that only 30% of voters believe that Trump has lived up to their expectations for tackling inflation and the cost of living. And here's what consumer sentiment looks like, according to Harry Enton over at CNN.
Okay, I meant to start my show with Harry Enton, and just some facts. I hope Greg is still standing around, trying to make it seem like we should pretend like everything this administration says is factual, when we know from our personal pocketbooks and what we have to. Our expenditures that this is a bunch of bullshit. Let's go.
According to the University of Michigan, we are dealing with the worst ever view of current conditions dating all the way back since 1951. This is record-breaking.
1951, the summer. Why did I name my video 1951? So I want to know. Have we made America great again? I think the 50s is the era that these supremacists want to make you believe that the immigrants weren't your problem, black people weren't your problem, everything was hunky-dory, as represented by their Homeland Security pictures of some pristine 1950 settings, as the Department of Labor also depict America in the 1950s and tell you to be proud of your heritage and how all of these white guys are shoring up the workforce in America. Is it 1951 yet? Because consumer sentiment has not been this bad since 1951. Isn't it amazing that the 1950s is being beckoned by secretaries in this administration to depict pictures that reckon back to the 50s. This is 2025, though. Ain't nobody going back. We ain't going back. We are not going back.
In the way you don't want to be breaking records. And get this, Kate, it is down 30%. Consumer sentiment of current conditions down 30% from January when Donald Trump took office.
How much are they blaming this on President Trump?
Yeah, it would be one thing that President Trump could ignore it if folks weren't blaming him for it. But take a look here. Trump blamed. Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions in America. Look at this. We're dealing with a super majority here. We're talking about more than 3 in 5 Americans, 61%.
Not a good look, and President Trump knows it. In fact, Trump called affordability a new word. And no,
Is it?
Come on, guys.
Is it?
Come on.
He once, I swear to God, you could look it up. He once claimed he made up the word fake. That it's his invention, he added it to the English language.
There was also something new today. He said, nobody knows what magnets are. Anyway, that's a tangent. Let's move on. Let me give you the rest of.
Let's not talk about the new word groceries. You know, everybody's talking about this new word groceries. A whole imbecile. A whole greedy imbecile, however.
That graphic there. So Trump called affordability a new word and said that Republicans had not talked enough about it. He then blasted it as a con job by Democrats. Eventually he declared, I don't want to hear about the affordability. But in reality, Trump has mentioned the word affordability as much in the last week as he has in the past 9 months. That's really telling you something, especially when it comes to his priorities. Then there are the denials. You know, when he hits the denial phase, this is what it looks like. He says, quote, the reason I don't want to talk about affordability, everybody knows it is far less expensive under Trump than it was under sleepy Joe Biden. But
so, where's Greg? Where's Greg? Where is Greg? He had to clean up Biden's mess by increasing prices under his own administration for everything. Now, he talks about the price of gas is going down, and under Sleepy Joe, gas was up to $4 and something. But you know, he said that I think when he did the interview with Laura Ingraham, that was 2 nights ago. And funny that gas did go down under 45, 47. This time, the same time last year, gas was up over what the price of gas is now. It was up 1 penny. Gas last year was 1 cent more than what gas was the night that he sat there in front of Laura Ingraham and lied to the non-curious Fox viewers.
the numbers don't bear that out. Now, he came back from his trip in Asia only to attend a lavish Great Gatsby themed party as people were terrified of losing their SNAP benefits due to the government shutdown. He keeps posting about the new Lincoln Ballroom and how fancy it is. He's remodeling it in black and white marble with gold.
She said ballroom, she means bathroom, the Lincoln bathroom.
Faucets and light fixtures, which I have to admit, that's the kind of aesthetic I personally like, but still, politically speaking, optics-wise, not a good look when people are struggling economically. And he also can't stop talking about the renovations at the Kennedy Center, which he said would be outfitted in marble and magnificent high-end carpeting. So look, you might not be able to put food on the table.
But hey, the food stamps have not been turned back on yet. Understand all of this marble and grandiose, gaudy bullshit. I hope you understand that food stamps are he's still fighting food stamps in court.
Companies were engaging in collusion and driving up the prices of beef. If I recall correctly, when there was actual evidence that companies that hadn't been hit with supply chain issues were using the inflation narratives to artificially inflate their prices and price gouge Americans, that was nonsense. That was a crazy conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and I remember when Kamala Harris first said.
I was just going to say, when Kamala Harris talked about price gouging, they were like, "Oh, she's being ridiculous." Okay, so there is the person who is elected. I dropped this. Did I drop this link already? If not, go over there and check this out. I can't take too much of the Young Turks, but the link is in the description box nonetheless. So let me do something right quick. I'm going to add this link to the description box so you can peruse it in your free time. This is link number 10. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about today. I think, what was it? Let me see. What was it? Yeah, let's see 45, 47. Talk about these H-1B visas. Talk about the build a wall president all of a sudden has use for immigrants. Hey, very Carey, only when these immigrants can be useful to these billionaires that pay him money for access to him. And these billionaires that get government contracts from him. So let's see the immigrants that he does want in the United States. These same Indian immigrants that strangely his own MAGA party is being so disrespectful and disgusting to. If you hear how they're talking about Vivek Rashami, or what is his name? Vivek Rashami. What is Ramashami? I always fuck up his name. I don't like to fuck up people's names. The same way that they are talking about Kash Patel, the same way they are talking about Usha Vance, the same way they are talking about all these different Indian people. So but when it comes to bringing them over to the United States to enrich rich people and work endless hours and live in cramped quarters for billionaires, it's okay.
Well, I guess I have to. Why not? Because they.
Are you going ahead and suing the BBC?
Well, I guess I have to. Why not? Because they defrauded the public, and they've admitted it, and their top echelon.
Director General and the CEO
This
both
is
resigned.
within one of our great allies. They actually changed my January 6th speech, which was a beautiful speech, which was a very calming speech, and they made it sound radical. And they actually changed it. What they did was rather incredible. They're showing me the results later on, the results of what they did, how they butchered it up. But it was very dishonest, and the head man.
But tonight you are saying to our viewers that you will go forward and file a defamation lawsuit against the BBC.
Well, I think I have an obligation to do it because you can't allow people to do that.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent.
We have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have.
We have plenty of talent here. No, you don't. No, you don't. American people. Trump voters. Did you just hear him say that you can't get high-paying jobs because, kind of like with the farmers, they're doing jobs that no American wants to do. Well, he's saying that higher paying jobs, these are jobs that you're not talented enough to do. That's what he's saying. So damn if you do or damn if you don't. You have to be not want the job because it's so grueling and underpaid, and you don't have the talent to do a better job. So American worker, American voters, what will you do instead in this administration? You will continue to have your wages suppressed. So understand that these people that are doing these jobs that they are telling you that you're not talented enough to do, these jobs are routinely paid more higher. They're usually paid higher wages than that they're paying these people with these visas. So, but they want to tell you that it's your fault, that you're not talented enough, as they take away education and give it up to homeschooling with PragerU and their alternative facts about history, and you'll never be prepared. As they turn education over to states, many of these states that have the lowest already have the lowest ranking for education. They're putting nothing into education. They're taking everything out of education, but it's your fault that there are lowballing workers from other countries to come over here for jobs that they will not even prepare the American worker to do. So understand, they're trying to get the cycle going, and they're trying to make you think that it's your fault. But hey, they elected him to be in office. Let him run the country. Understand what you put in office, because you were so mad at brown people coming in and taking jobs picking vegetables. You mad at these other brown people that they bringing in to put you out of a job? Are you mad at all of these other brown people that these billionaires are bringing over here to protect this, to perfect this AI that's going to put you out of your mid range paying job? You too stupid to be mad. Because everybody wants to act like they are so well to do and they are so unconcerned and nothing affects them. They are independently wealthy that they don't pay attention. They're underpaying a motherfucker to come to America and fucking eliminate American jobs. But it's your fault. Let's continue.
Talented people
no,
here?
you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment.
Well, we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment
You don't have talented people, and people have to learn. Let's take that into consideration. Let's look at the Koreans that were working in Georgia at that Hyundai plant. And then a white woman who was actually running for office saw them, all these Asians working at this Hyundai dealership. These people who were putting the dealership together, who had these skills to put the dealership together. And we're going to train American workers to work at the dealership. What happened to these Korean workers? A white bitch called ICE on them, and they were all arrested. And they said, "Are you fucking kidding me? I come over here to show your workers how to do a job that is going to pay them more than minimum wage in Georgia, and you call ICE on me, and they arrest up to, I think, between 300 and 500 of our workers who have the skill that they were going to train the American workers in. Fuck this. We out of here. Now, the governor, Greg, what is his name? Kemp has been over in Korea, I believe 2 or 3 times, trying to get Hyundai to bring these workers back to train the American workers. See, it's the American workers' fault. It's the American workers' fault, as we ignore the actual fact of racism and how racism is expensive. Let's continue.
Employment line and say, I'm going to put you into
Talented people
no,
here?
you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
when you and I were
I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because
when you and I were growing up, they instilled something into you in your education, all throughout school. They didn't have you to go to school to study to pass some standardized testing. They also instilled something into you that help you to be a productive individual in wood cutting, metal classes, all types of trades. They also instill things into you to be able to take care of yourself as an individual, such as cooking classes, sewing classes, and all of those things. They made sure that you were a well-rounded individual in school. But since the United States don't want to pay to have good teachers who give a shit, since the United States don't want to finance education and to keep the education levels to what the real levels of living are, then no, you don't have people. You don't have people who are going to learn, who are going to be able to be trained well. Since you want to give all the money and attention to these tech people who ensure that your child has a short attention span, that your child can only pay attention to something between 15 and 20 seconds, how do you think that your child, as a child, is going to continue through life with this short attention span and be able to pay attention and to learn a job or a trade well enough? But hey, that's why they're creating AI. That's why all the government subsidies and all of the attention is being paid to AI, because AI will do that job for you. Isn't that a little trick bag that they have you in? But it's your fault. But they tell you that it's your fault. This is your president telling you that it's your fault. As they want to get rid of regulations. We're going to get rid of regulations. We cannot have all these regulations. But fuck what it does to the real American life, not having any regulations. Let's continue.
they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people.
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
when you and I were
I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this.
Who is they? They wanted them to get out of the country. White people. It wasn't no they. It was a white woman. And why did this white woman take it upon herself? Because of all the racial hate that has been spewed during this election. They wanted to get him out of here. I thought you wanted to get him out of here. I thought you were going to deport more people in the United States. I thought you wanted to try to outdo Obama by being what did they call him, the something in chief, the deporter in chief, because you wanted to outdo Obama. So you put on a whole show of of of, of not even being able to be as good as Obama was without putting on a show of getting people out of the United States. So you made it a whole campaign about how you were going to be the best at it. And what did you do? You shored up a whole lot of racial animus, and you had people calling ICE on workers who were coming to train workers in Georgia for a job. But you talking about they? Who the fuck is they? That's why my mama say I don't want to hear you talking about no they. Who is they? He is they. He is the reason why ICE was called on those workers who were here to train. Talk about they wanted them out of here and they called. Why did they call? Why did they do that? Why? Okay, that link is in my description box. How many white people have you seen deported, Samuel? What do you mean they don't discriminate? They have been given the right to racial profile. How is that not discrimination? I have not seen at no juncture have I seen any Canadians or Europeans who overstayed their visa being hunted down by ICE. Not never. What are you talking about? Who do you think believe in this bullshit? Where can I find this happening? Nowhere. My name is not Lady. My name is right here on the screen. My name is not Lady. Do I didn't say do I need to know every person that is deported? What I said was quite clear. Are you from the United States? Because I could have sworn I was speaking English. Now, the United States did not have an official language, but we do now, and it is English since 47 has come in and made English the language of the United States. Up until then, we did not have an official language. I spoke English. I said, I have not seen one person, one white person being rounded up and abused and taken into custody by ICE. And I asked you, and to direct me to where you've seen that. I spoke English. Did I say I've seen every person that ICE have arrested and none of them were white? So you haven't seen any white people arrested by ICE either. So you haven't seen it either. So you have no fact that it exists. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. He's talking about some bullshit, very Carey. He's talking about some racist ass bullshit, and that they can't handle the fact that their racism is the thing that has got brown people in the United States making far less wages than working for billionaires to eliminate the jobs of the working middle class. But they're okay with that because they're so stupid that they think that ICE is not discriminating against anybody. They're discriminating against Hispanic people. But they're not discriminating against these people from India that they have coming in working for billionaires that are going to take hundreds of thousands American jobs via AI. How come Elon Musk ain't been deported? This motherfucker came in the government and took away jobs from all of these American workers. And he gets what does he get in return? He gets $1 trillion pay package for eliminating jobs of the American workers. Of trying to compete and be the best in AI, that is going to do what? Eliminate the jobs of American workers. No, I'm not a victim. I don't live in victimhood. I live in facts, bitch. I ain't never been a victim. I ain't never been a victim. Okay. Hey, Sam. Hey, Leonard. Okay, so let's move on. Sam is talking absolutely nothing. You see how quiet they get about these white people making sure that they take jobs away from American workers, but they ain't got shit to say about that. See, they ain't got. See, immigrants are your problem. While Jeff Bezos, who announced that he's giving $600,000 jobs to AI, but you ain't got no problem with that because you're too stupid. You wanna make a race of people your fucking problem because you're stupid. Let's continue. Where am I? I want to share with you this. This is a stupid motherfucker that will be shopping with Amazon. With Amazon start charging him to deliver shit to his house because they have gotten rid of all of their workers. You will happily pay for your own fucking destruction. You're stupid. Okay. Now let's get into Stephen Miller having a fit because it appears that the Supreme Court is going to vote against these tariffs that are enriching.
Just because Chuck Schumer
547.
folds like wet cardboard doesn't mean Donald Trump suddenly becomes a titan. Let's kill that lazy narrative right now. Weakness on one side doesn't automatically equal strength on the other. It just means both sides are failing in different, equally pathetic ways. Those 8 Senate Democrats who caved, they didn't bend to power. They bent to cowardice. And it sure as hell doesn't mean the rest of the party has to kneel before Trump's gold-plated madness. Because let's be clear, Donald Trump isn't standing tall. He's sinking fast. His approval numbers are scraping the floor. His so-called miracle economy is circling the drain. And his inner circle is unraveling like a bad cable knit. That's why Stephen Miller, that ghost of Christmas fascism, went on Fox News today and absolutely came apart at the seams. Full meltdown. Red in the face, voice cracking, panic pouring out of every sentence. It's not strength. It's desperation. These guys can smell it, the fear, the chaos, the rot inside their own house. Trump's morning posts alone were a psychological case study in unraveling. A man so unstable, he's basically live tweeting his mental collapse in real time. And that's what sent Miller over the edge. His boss is spiraling, his party's fracturing, and the economy they've been bragging about is built on the rubble of their own idiocy. So yeah, let's talk about what's driving Trump and Miller up the wall, his idiotic tariffs. They're finally getting dragged into the sunlight in front of the Supreme Court. And if you want to understand why that has these clowns foaming at the mouth, you need context the kind only Lawrence O'Donnell laid out perfectly right here.
Donald Trump himself had been threatening to attend the Supreme Court hearing, presumably as some kind of intimidation tactic. But he chose in the end to send his completely unintimidating court jesters instead. Donald Trump's lawyer arguing in favor of his illegal and unconstitutional tariffs today had a much more difficult time than the Trump tariff enablers do when they appear in very friendly TV interviews that they submit to. The Treasury Secretary and the Commerce Secretary have an open invitation to come on this program and discuss tariffs for the full hour or any amount of time that they choose. But they haven't shown up. Today, they had to sit there silently when Neil Katyal said tariffs are taxes. And they had to sit there silently for all 2 hours and 40 minutes in which Donald Trump's lawyer never said that tariffs are not taxes. He didn't try to make that impossible point. It was simply an accepted fact of the case by all of the justices. Tariffs are taxes. 3 minutes after Neil Katyal's first sentence saying tariffs are taxes, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court said, quote, "The tariffs are a tax," end quote. That is how fully accepted that fact was during this argument. Chief Justice Roberts said, yes, sure, the tariffs are a tax, and that's a core power of Congress.
Donald Trump isn't just tanking his own presidency, he's now out here publicly humiliating his lawyers before the Supreme Court. Then again, if you've ever agreed to represent Trump,
He said his own lawyers gave the wrong number as when they, his own Solicitor General gave the wrong numbers when he was presenting a defense to the, oral arguments to the Supreme Courts. This is what this numbnut said about his own lawyer.
already humiliated yourself by default. At this point, the man doesn't even have a legal team. He's got a rotating cast of patsies lining up to torch their reputations for the low, low price of eternal disgrace. And here's the thing. They're not even trying to make real arguments anymore, because why bother, right? Trump's entire legal strategy has become the court's mind now. His people genuinely believe the Supreme Court is so far gone, so drenched in MAGA ideology, that they don't need to cite the Constitution, the law, or even basic logic. Just wink, drop a buzzword about executive authority, and expect a ruling gift wrapped with a red tie. It's the same delusional confidence we've seen for years, the same court that granted him Times immunity asterisk, for God's sake, the same justices who bent themselves into pretzels to justify every power grab. Do you think Trump's legal crew is sweating constitutional precedent? Please. They walked into that courtroom like it's a campaign stop, not a hearing. But here's the twist. This one might actually blow up in his face. For the first time in the Trump era, the court could turn on him because his tariff scheme is such an incoherent, unconstitutional mess that even this far-right bench may have to say, yeah, no, this one's too stupid even for us. And that right there, times that times, is what sent Stephen Miller into orbit. His meltdown didn't start with the racism or the rants. It started with the tariffs. The moment he realized Trump's economic house of cards might finally collapse under its own weight, he lost it. And believe me, we've got to start with that, because Miller's unraveling over these tariffs tells you everything about just how terrified they all are.
Tariffs, $2,000 tariff dividend. Is that something the president's going to push hard, or did he say that off the cuff, or what?
No, it is something he's going to push hard as part of his economic plan. With the record revenue that's coming in through tariffs, as we lower corporate taxes, as we lower business taxation, as we lower personal income taxation, we're able to now get more and more revenue through foreign imports to power the Treasury and to be able to give rebates to the American people. It's all part of the America First economic plan.
So apparently, folks, it's dividend time. Buckle up, because Donald Trump's promising to personally shower you with cash again. And you know how reliable that's been. Remember the famous $5,000 Doge check from earlier this year? Yeah, the one that no one actually got. You didn't, I didn't, nobody did. Turns out, just like every other promise Trump's ever made about sending you money directly, it was vaporware for gullible followers. Oh, what a shock. Trump lied. Elon lied. The Doge dividend was as real as Trump's tan. And now they're dusting off the same con with a new coat of paint, the so-called dividend check. Even Trump's loyal stooges are struggling to defend it. Scott Bessent actually tried to say, with a straight face, that the check will arrive in the form of a strong Trump economy. To say, even Trump's loyal stooges are struggling to defend it. Scott Bessent actually tried to say, with a straight face, that the check will arrive in the form of a strong Trump economy, which, by the way, is tanking.
You missed all of that. I apologize. I stepped up and got me some coffee. I was saying that Scott Bessent actually said that you're going to get the $2,000 in a bill that was passed way back in March. So the announcement that they made in November, mid-November, Scott Bessent did his best Jeffrey Osborne impersonation. You know how he has to stall for time when he has to come up with a quick lie and to make you believe that you are, in essence, are going to get this $2,000 check. Scott Bessent said, and you you know how he when they ask him a question off the cuff that he doesn't have a prepared lie for, he sounds like Jeffrey Osborne. Scott Bessent said, and you and you you know how Scott Bessent does that. He said that you may actually get your $2,000 in what was passed in the big bloated bill. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. The no tax on tips expires in 2 years. The no tax on overtime, they are considering changing the work week where you will not be eligible for overtime. Understand that. The no tax on Social Security, that's if these are deductions that you may or may not be eligible for. So Scott Bessent wants you to understand that that shit that you congratulated them for in March, you need to congratulate them for in November and recognize that as you getting $2,000 from the tariffs. You understand? Did you get that? That's what I was saying. And you already got your benefits off that big busted bill, and you ain't getting no check, and you Okay, let me quit singing.
Dusting off the same con with a new Trump lied, Elon lied, Doge check from earlier. It's
all part of the America First economic plan.
So apparently, folks, it's dividend time. Buckle up, because Donald Trump's promising to personally shower you with cash again. And you know how reliable that's been. Remember the famous $5,000 Doge check from earlier this year? Yeah, the one that no one actually got. You didn't, I didn't, nobody did. Turns out, just like every other promise Trump's ever made about sending you money directly, it was vaporware for gullible followers. Oh, what a shock. Trump lied. Elon lied. The Doge dividend was as real as Trump's tan. And now they're dusting off the same con with a new coat of paint, the so-called dividend check. Even Trump's loyal stooges are struggling to defend it. Scott Bessent actually tried to say, with a straight face, that the check will arrive in the form of a strong Trump economy, which, by the way, is tanking harder than True Social stock. Here's the kicker. Even if this fantasy plan somehow worked and they managed to collect tariff revenue to send you that $2,000, you'd still be losing money because you already paid more in inflated prices from those same tariffs. You'd literally be funding your own dividend only to get back a fraction of what Trump took from you. It's not an economic policy. It's a con wrapped in a pyramid scheme, gift-bagged with stupidity. And yet, believe it or not, that's not even the thing that broke Stephen Miller's brain today. No, his full-body, red-faced, vein-popping meltdown came when he started screaming about the filibuster. You could feel the rage through the TV screen, the panic of a regime that knows it's losing control. Miller's fury wasn't just about Democrats. It was about the whole Trump machine finally starting to wobble and him realizing he can't scream it back into place.
Is he going to push for an end to the filibuster. Everybody's asking and sort of talking about that. I don't want that to obscure the good economic and stock market news, but I did want to get your take on it.
Well, yes.
What good economic and stock market news? What good news? What good news? Trump is doing great. Go cry, leftist clown. It seems like you and 45, 47, and let's see Stephen Miller cry. Speaking of crying, did you say that because I'm about to show Stephen Miller acting a whole retard?
He is, of course, because when Democrats take power, if and when that happens, when they control at some point in the future, whenever that is, the House, the Senate, and the White House, what's the first thing they're going to do, Larry? They've advertised it, they've promoted it, they've talked about it, and they've booted.
When have you ever heard of the Democrats say that they were going to get rid of the filibuster? They've advertised it. They talked about it. I've never heard of this advertisement or this talk from the Democrats saying, when we regain the House, we're going to get rid of the filibuster. Did they do it the last time that they had control of the House? Scare tactics. More scare tactic for the idiots that take their lies as facts. More scare tactics.
Two people, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, out of the party for disagreeing with him on it. And what did two people do, Larry? They've advertised it, they've promoted it, they've talked about it, and they've booted two people, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, out of the party for disagreeing.
They booted Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema out of the party. Or was it Joe Manchin retiring, or was it Susan? Kristen Sinema? Did she retire? I think she did not run for re-election, or she got booted out in her re-election. Joe Manchin retired. Much like this motherfucking puppet mouth motherfucker who is questioning you with a mouth like a ventriloquist doll. It is unattractive for old motherfuckers to act like they are on top of money game when they can get liars to come on their show and spew some bullshit because they are not mentally there to ask any poignant questions to get down to the fact. That's why I'm glad a lot of these old motherfuckers are leaving the Senate as well. Let's call a thing. But this puppet mouth motherfucker is not going to ask you shit, talking about not to get in the way of the good economy.
With them on it, and that is ending the filibuster. They will end the filibuster. They will pass communist health care. They will abolish private health insurance. They will
communist health care. What is communist health care? They will pass communist health care. Is this the same communist health care that 45, 47 said, you know what? I have a plan and it'll be out in 2 weeks. He said that his last term. So now, since they're talking about healthcare, then would this communist healthcare be that 45, 47 said that maybe I'll give every person amount of money and they can go out and they can shop for their own healthcare, but they can only spend it on healthcare. Maybe they'll call it Trump care. Would that be the communist healthcare that he speaks of? Would that be the communist health care that they want to blame the Democrats for? Because the Democrats, in my opinion, should have gone for universal health care. But they wouldn't. Now you got this motherfucker sitting up there talking about communist health care the day after 45, 47 without a plan for health care because he can't think beyond dribbling on his nuts when he go to piss. He can't think up a healthcare plan, nor can these motherfuckers in his administration, because they so busy trying to get at free government money and buy motherfucking jets and shit to fly around the United States to beat up black and brown people and talking about it's about national security. So there's no health care plan. They can't even put together a health care plan. They are so busy in the government grifting and lying. So the Democrats want to enact a communist health care plan. When you heard his now, there is also questions. Article 2, what is it? Article 2, Section 4. Remember that because that is the article that this president and his whole administration can be impeached and tried and go to jail behind. I think that everybody should keep in mind, forget Article 22 that can just impeach him. This whole administration needs to be impeached. And there are questions about Stephen Miller coming out here talking about what we have decided. See, Stephen Miller has not been elected to absolutely nothing. But he comes out here and speaks for the president as if he is an elected official. He says we are more than J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance they have put him out to pasture doing Charlie Kirk's podcast. He's a Charlie Kirk fill-in at this point. And he may be trying to fill in what's her name? Erica Kirk. Word on the street has it, but he's filling in for Charlie Kirk. So you have this numbnuts out here, this white supremacist out here, talking about what we have decided for the American people when no one voted for him to decide anything. And isn't that against the law for him to be enacting his policy? And they want to talk about Biden and the auto pen. This is 4547's auto brain right here. Fuck the auto pen. Here's the auto brain.
140 million Americans off of their employer-sponsored health care plans. They will give citizenship and amnesty to every single illegal alien in the country.
I thought you guys were supposed to be getting all of them out of the country. Well, all of the black and brown ones. I thought you, so if you had problems with white undocumented immigrants being in the country, you'd get them out too. So you just brought these Afrikaners in the country. I guess they are documented. I guess, no, you gave them you gave them some immigration status. You know, the same immigration status of black and brown people who came into this country under the legal status that you gave these white Afrikaners. You know, those same ones who had this status that you gave these white Afrikaners who were not experiencing any fucking genocide. This administration don't know a genocide when they see it. So they want to pretend like these white Afrikaners were experiencing a genocide, but they brought forth no proof. But the real people who were committing genocides upon the Palestinian, they finance it. Oh, but we're not supposed to notice that type of shit. We're not supposed to notice that shit. And if you notice that shit, they want to say that you are against Jewish people. When you talk about what the Israeli government is doing, they want to call you an anti-Semite because you speak on what the horrors of the Netanyahu regime is doing in Palestine. They want to play games with you. They want to silence you. And some people are so ignorant that they don't see what's happening in front of their faces. Let's continue.
And millions more to come. They will pack the Supreme Court with 4 or 5 Marxist judges. They will make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state. And that'll be just the beginning of what they do to cement and solidify permanent political power in this country. We all know that's coming. We all understand that's coming. And the best chance that we have to prevent that is to end the filibuster now so that we can pass the full and complete Republican agenda, make it permanent, and deliver secure elections to this country in the form of voter ID and ending once and for all non-citizen voting by requiring proof of citizenship to vote. These are basic fundamental things to having a democracy. But
Y'all, Stephen Miller just gave the whole game away accidentally, said the quiet part out loud like he always does when he's one Fox segment away from a breakdown. This White House knows exactly what's coming, and they're terrified of it. What Miller said wasn't just spin, it was a confession, a full-on self-report from the heart of the panic bunker. He went on national TV, foaming at the mouth, about how when Democrats retake the White House and Congress and the Senate, they'll go crazy, they'll bring communism, there'll be bread lines. You know, the usual hysteria. Except, here's the thing, there already are bread lines. Because of Donald Trump's catastrophic economy, so when Stephen Miller is out here warning about a future that already exists under his boss, that's not a prediction, that's projection. But this is the real tell. The fear that's eating them alive isn't about policy, it's about power. Miller basically said the looming threat of Democrats taking back Washington is so terrifying that Donald Trump has to blow up the filibuster. Think about that. He's already rammed through most of his MAGA wish list: corporate tax cuts, deregulation, judicial takeovers. So why would he still want to destroy the filibuster? What's left on his dream board? You guessed it, voter reform.
The elections. That's the only thing left on his dance card to do. Now, a lot of people are back and forth if they think that this regime is thinking about giving up power. Steve Bannon already said that if they lose the election, a lot of people are going to jail, including himself. Now, I have seen a lot of more questionable activities that has gone on in this administration. I haven't had time to pay attention to Steve Bannon. So he must know that there is something right under the covers that will have himself in prison. He said it out of his own mouth. Someone who was willing to go to jail for 45, 47 the first time. So let's be clear. He know what it takes to go to jail behind this administration. So let's continue.
And let's call that what it actually means. Voter suppression on steroids. Trump wants to send his goons back into California, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the same tired intimidation playbook that already failed. He wants to outlaw mail-in ballots because the more Americans vote, the worse his odds get. He wants to rig the rules so that democracy itself becomes optional. That's the reform. Reasoned. And here's the kicker. He's so desperate to make that happen. He's even floating the idea of Congress somehow overriding the Supreme Court, which constitutionally makes zero sense. But when has that ever stopped him? I don't even know. Have Congress override the Supreme Court? I mean, because he's still back to those tariffs. He was posting some nonsense. Trump wrote earlier today, the U.S. Supreme Court was given the wrong numbers. The unwind in the event of negative decision on tariffs would be including investments made to be and returns of funds in excess of $3 trillion. It would not be possible to ever make up for that kind of drubbing. That would truly become an insurmountable national security event and devastating to the future of our country, possibly non-sustainable. So here's where the panic really sets in. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are losing it over tariffs, over Democrats closing in, over the whole con finally showing cracks. And when these guys panic, they don't reform, they rig. That's the Trump doctrine. When he can't win clean, he changes the rules. They want the courts rigged, the elections rigged, and the economy rigged, all for themselves. And tariffs, for Trump, are the perfect tool for that mob boss politics he loves so much. They're not economic policy. They're extortion with a press release. They let him punish companies that won't donate to his ballroom fundraisers, won't sink money into his crypto Ponzi, or won't throw a bone to his spoiled, failing children. And don't think for a second that all those coincidental market moves aren't part of the grift. Trump and his family have been timing the market like a crooked casino, tariffs up, stocks down, quick trade, rinse, repeat. Every tantrum, every random tariff threat, it's another way to line their pockets. And when some foreign leader bruises Trump's ego, he slaps on tariffs like a toddler flipping the Monopoly board. That's not policy. That's emotional trading with national consequence.
That's bitch. That's bitch made. That's what it is. A bitch made politician. The links are in my description box. That is, I believe that is link 12. Wait until they have to pay almost $500 to $1,000 a month for healthcare. Oh, there are estimated. Some people are going to have to pay $3,000 and $4,000 a month for healthcare. They raised the healthcare and are plotting another pandemic. Yes, that's exactly. I Now January come around when all of these people lose their health care, all of the after the midterms in 2026, a whole lot of people are going to be thrown off of Medicaid and Medicare. In this big beautiful bill, it is expected that Medicare patients are also going to lose their health care. And what do you see coming around with a numbnut who was swimming in contaminated creek in DC that had a sign saying "Do not swim. This is infected with E. coli." Had himself and his grandchildren swimming in the water in DC. None other than RFK Jr. is over the Health and Human Services. So you know what's coming. Another pandemic. You are exactly right, Leonard. Another pandemic to get down the population. It ain't like y'all gonna have no jobs. What the fuck they want y'all standing around here? You know, they look at the land as what type of good real estate it is. What the fuck they want y'all non-working motherfuckers around here for? Y'all thinking y'all just gonna come up and breathe air? Get the fuck out of here. Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, Nevada, they are going to have to show their IDs when they vote, especially in California for Prop 50 and more. Listen, it's just another inconvenience. The ones that it inconvenienced the most are people who are in college. The voting usually happens in November, early November. Thus, students are usually still in the state that they go to college for, and if they do not if they don't make it easier for these college students to vote with their college ID and their state IDs. But there are a lot of people who are immobile and all of this type of stuff who can't get their ID because of I know some states they have restrictions on ID if you have certain status like late. I know you can't get a driver's license, but some actually won't even allow you to get a state ID. They hinder you in ways to prevent you from getting your ID. Some people are just too poor to pay the fees to get an ID. Some people are too poor and live in rural places and can't get the ID. So they will usually put this on the ballot if they're trying to suppress the vote late in the game where it's actually too late for you to go get your ID. So it's a lot of shit that goes with that. Why do you think he's so insistent on no mail-in voting? No mail-in voting. You got to even Putin said mail-in voting is a fraud. So we want to take the word of Putin saying that no mail-in voting mail-in voting is a fraud. Okay. He wants you to believe Vladimir Putin because he believed Vladimir so much. And where did that get him? But he wants to put it on the word of Putin that mail-in voting means that you cannot have a free election because mail-in voting is a fraud. But are we still waiting on that trilateral meeting between Zelensky, Putin, and 45, 47? Oh, he said he was going to send JD Vance because he's afraid that the armchairs may have some a nasty poison on there. So he's going to send Fat Boy. What happened to those trilateral meetings to end the war with Putin? I'm curious. Leonard, I ain't playing. I ain't playing, Leonard. Okay. And what else? Do I have anything else? I think I may have a little bit more for you. Let's talk about how even though the government is reopened, 4547 is still in court behind not wanting to pay the EBT payments for November. And he has re-threatened stores that, hey, even though your customer, even though your customer is on EBT, even though that we said we will start EBT back up once the government is reopened, you better not give them food in advance of them having money on their EBT cards. He still wants people who are going without. This is the 12th of November. Some people get their food stamps. They can get their food stamps any day of the month. Yeah, it all depends. It's not the 1st and the 15th when welfare used to come on the 1st and the 15th. Now, people can get their money. If somebody got their money on the 1st of October, and here it is, the 12th of November, they say the average price of food stamp is $187. And that don't even mean that everybody is getting as much as $187. So can you imagine? That we trying to pretend like these people are able to shop enough with the high prices of groceries right now, and we're pretending like these people should be able to have full pantries. Okay, so he's making sure that if you accept EBT, you better not make a deal with the people and give them food until they get money on their card. You better not give them fronts on no food. And as they continue to withhold food from American people. Let me turn this on.
And if you're feeding, so we mean it when we say we don't want you to eat. We mean it when we say we want you to be hungry. We said what we said. And if you're feeding people anyway, there's a problem here. Speaking on behalf of the Trump administration. Trump administration demands states undo SNAP benefits. Let them starve? In a cruel and Trumpian fashion, Trump administration is now demanding states undo full SNAP payout. This continues the back and forth battle between the White House and poor Americans. Doesn't seem like a fair fight. As a reminder, 42 million Americans depend on SNAP benefits so they do not go hungry. Did you know that a lot of veterans, their families also depend on SNAP? And I hate that I even have to mention that because it's not putting one group over another. I'm just saying that for the people who love veterans, on this day, I feel it's important to inform you of that. We would like to make it very clear to everyone who uses SNAP benefits that this is going down. According to 2023 data from the USDA, 58% of SNAP recipients are children and people over the age of 60. Kids and seniors. After immense pressure and a lawsuit, SNAP was paid out, but Trump administration didn't like that one bit. Nonprofits and Democratic attorneys general sued to force the Trump administration to maintain the program in November. That's despite the ongoing government shutdown. They won favorable rulings last week, leading to the swift release of benefits to millions in several states. Trump administration ended payments in accordance with the rulings, while it was also appealing them. Friday night, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson temporarily paused rulings ordering the full SNAP disbursement while an appeals court considers the administration's request to halt the payments. That led the Department of Agriculture on Saturday to state SNAP directors to warn them. It now considers full payments under the prior orders, quote, unauthorized. You wasted an email on that? Patrick Penn, Deputy Undersecretary of Agriculture, wrote to state SNAP directors, to the extent states sent full SNAP payment files for November 2025, this was unauthorized. Accordingly, states must immediately undo any steps taken to issue full SNAP benefits for November 2025.
Now, the states that gave full SNAP benefits, they are, you better get those benefits back. Bitch, you think that motherfuckers that have gone without their benefits didn't go out and buy groceries when they got their SNAP benefits back? Now they're talking about penalizing these states. They don't want to feed. What is this about? What is this about? What is this about? Why go through these measures to harm poor people and children and veterans and seniors? What is this about?
I know, rip the grilled cheese sandwiches out of the mouths of babes. Do you want the sandwiches back? How about the peanut butter? You want that back too? Milk? Now some leaders are warning releasing those payouts will cause catastrophic issues. The lack of money could leave vendors unpaid, trigger escalating legal claims, the states warn. States could face demands to return hundreds of millions of dollars in the aggregate. The states filing at the First Circuit.
Some people, Leonard, did release full SNAP benefits because some states went in and paid up the difference. And now this administration saying that they had said prior to that if the state, whatever the states pay, they will not be reimbursed. But since, when was that? The other day when they said that they had the votes to reopen the government, some states released full benefits. I'm assuming that they contribute out of some state coffers, and now they're still telling them they're not going to repay them their money back because they still don't want people to eat. How dare you? I think in Oregon is one of the states, in I think another state. I can't remember. I think it's Pennsylvania is another state. Don't quote me. 2 states have given out full benefits.
The Court of Appeals says that's it. The state's filing at the First Circuit Court of Appeals says that situation would risk catastrophic operational disruptions for the states with a consequent cascade of harms for their residents. The filing includes. This is, it's a great example of you just don't give a damn how you look, do you? You really could care less that you are quite literally trying to keep kids and seniors from having some meals. I'm not even gonna put the word proper in there, Jackson. They don't give a damn what's in celebrity trying to lend a hand. On the West Coast, the singer has partnered with LA restaurant John and Vinny's to give meals to SNAP recipients. I love her. She's my daughter's absolute favorite. She sings about things that speak to a woman's soul. And now she's really giving food, feeding the mouths and the souls of so many who are going without. SZA's initiative, Not Charity, which is helping power this action, is dedicated to nourishing underserved communities through holistic solutions. That's according to a statement the artist posted in May. That month, she wrote that the organization used proceeds from her cosmetic brand, Not Beauty, to support community fridges in LA, an artist-run mutual aid program in New Jersey called A New World in Our Hearts, and Healthy Food and Direct Support in St. Louis, Missouri. So, a member of the music world, Hollywood. Yes, it was in it.
Okay, so I will drop this link in my description box. Okay, I'm gonna drop this in my description box. You can go over there and watch it. Sharon is kind of let me leave her alone. Okay. Did you guys listen? Somebody said, why was I worried about, obsessed about 45, 47 at the end of my show? And today was the day to acknowledge veterans. I didn't even realize it was Veterans Day. But the audacity of to someone who is saying, come in my channel when I'm doing the news that I choose to do, to say that I'm obsessed with somebody. Then I was taken aback. Like, today is Tuesday. It's no. Usually, I'm used to national holidays being on Monday or something. So it was my mistake. I did not wish the veterans happy Veterans Day, but somebody didn't forget. Okay, I'm going to share this with you. I hate that I notice certain things, but there is something that I did notice in this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. They had a president meet these travelers on their trip to Washington, D.C. They were a lot of veterans were taking a trip to do tours for different monuments and things like that. But I want you to notice the response from the crowd, and one man in particular who is sitting in the front right, looking right here. He's sitting in the front right seat. As President Obama enters the plane, surprised them and welcomed them, and goes into his welcoming them to DC. I want you to see the look on this man's face and him what he does. I just want you to pay attention. He has on a bright yellow shirt. You will see him stand up with a scowl. Let me play it.
Hello, everybody. What? As we approach Veterans Day,
right here,
I wanted to stop by and just say,
right here, like fuck you, yeah, fuck you,
everybody.
Scowl.
What? As we approach Veterans.
I'm not paying attention to you. You see everyone else, they're paying attention, like, oh shit, and look at this face. I ain't got time to pay attention to you. Fuck you. I'm getting off the plane. But that was the only rude person that I really saw. You can tell these supremacists in their jealousy, they can't hold it in sometimes.
I wanted to stop by and just say thank you for your extraordinary service.
This honor flight is to honor all the veterans of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. It's all free for them. We show them all their monuments and explain what their monuments are about. We just try to treat them with dignity that some of them didn't get when they came home from the war.
Hello, everybody. What? As we approach Veterans Day, I wanted to stop by and just say thank you for your extraordinary service. To you, your family, the sacrifices that all of you made to protect our country is something that will always be honored. And we are very grateful, and we also happen to welcome you with a 70-degree day in D.C., which doesn't always happen around here.
That's the first time I've seen a president, former or current, greet an honor flight, and that is absolutely amazing. A commander-in-chief, a leader who's going to show up and tell you that your service was worth something. I think that's the important part, so I think it was a great thing that happened.
Last time I got to see a president, it was Gerald Ford. How about that? So nice.
It was a joy in my heart today to see all these people. It's good. We still got people in our country, and that's good.
I had tears in my eyes. I just couldn't believe that there was that many people around that remembered us and was there to greet us, and it was just unbelievable.
Well, it means a lot because back then you got off the plane there and you had no welcome and people almost booing you.
I'm real happy that now with current troops that come back from deployments, they get welcomed back really nice because that's what should happen. So it's being recreated in this flight and it makes you feel good.
I haven't flown for 50 years. And I was in the military from 72 to 76. Our country puts these things up, these memorials, honoring the men and women that served. You couldn't ask for something greater.
This has been going on over 20 years, and it started out very small, and now a lot of states have their own hubs, and they raise their own money and and they set up the whole flights. They set up where they're going to go, the buses, the flights. Flight like today from Madison, Wisconsin will come in the morning and leave in the afternoon, and we'll get them around to every monument we can within reasonable time. Every city in this country has got veterans in it, I guarantee it. Go up and say thank you, and just tell them how much you appreciate them.
I thought that was fabulous. So I just wanted to share that with you. Now, it's pretty nice for him to get out there and thank everybody. See how he closed all that stuff down when he was president. I also think that it was really good. There is a special on Netflix about the Vietnam War. What is it called? You should watch it, and it just really shows how they kept that war going and going and going and going. And when they knew very well that they could not win that war, from Kennedy to Johnson to Nixon, all of them kept that war going. And they knew it wasn't going well, but they stayed in the war for different reasons to win the next election and all of this. They couldn't pull out and say they were losing. That was Nixon because the election was coming and all of this. And the one guy who said that he wasn't greeted, the veterans that came back from that war were not greeted. They were spit on, called all types of names and all of this type of stuff. So I can imagine that was a long time coming for some of them. So I thought that was really sweet after recently watching that documentary on Netflix. Hey, Lena, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you for coming. I think there is. Let me see if there's anything else I want to share with you. Okay, so I talked to you about the pardons of all of the people who were involved with trying to steal the 2020 elections from its slate of fake electors and everyone involved. In total, 70 people were pardoned. So I'm going to share this with you. Now, if you guys remember on the day of the No Kings parade, when 4547 came out with a little meme of him in a king's outfit, flying a jet, dumping feces on a crowd of protesters. And this is Harry Stenton. Stenton, I believe his name is. This is the young man who the jet showed up close, getting a poop dumped on him. Just a point of information. Let me share this with you.
All right, folks, look, we just got some stunning new reporting on Donald Trump's attempts to stay in power past 2028. This plan that they're working on behind the scenes that Steve Bannon has talked about publicly is getting deeper and deeper. It is well funded, and they fully intend on using it. And this reporting that we just got further proves that point. Just the other night, Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of people who tried to help him to overturn the election in 2020. And what Donald Trump is saying there is that if you help me again, I got your back. And this reporting from Politico that came out late last night further proves that. So we're going to get into the story and more because this goes much deeper than we previously knew. So look, make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about the story. I have a fever right now, but democracy matters more. So we're going to make it through the story and we're going to talk about it. But look, I do want to start here because I think that this is a point that Republicans and even members of Congress, those in mainstream media, are kind of glossing over. And it's Donald Trump's White House renovations. Gavin Newsom made a point about them recently saying, you know, you don't renovate your house if you plan on leaving. And Donald Trump is not just, you know, making a change here, hanging up a portrait here. He is completely destroying the White House. And we got some new images of Donald Trump's attempts to completely ruin the people's house. This is from a reporter, a White House reporter for News Nation. The words, "The Presidential Walk of Fame," have been added above the photos of the presidents along the colonnade going from the residence to the West Wing. Also noticed new gold touches above the photos. And you can see it says in this really tacky gold font, "The Presidential Walk of Fame" on the colonnade. I mean, how many iconic...
Now, the one thing about that is they're saying, you know, that they have all of this signage in the White House. They're saying that it could possibly be for memory care reasons as well. Who has to put that font up at the Oval Office, at the bathrooms? So there's that. And this is the gaudiest shit I've ever seen.
Photos have we seen here of President Biden walking, President Obama walking, whoever it might be? You know, this has been around for a long time at the White House, and Trump is just completely ruining it with these Mar-a-Lago style gold frames and the gold trims above the photos. It is so gross. It really is. And as someone who's been to the White House multiple times, I'm honored to have gone to the White House multiple times under President Biden. Don't get it twisted. I've walked this walk, and it's gorgeous. It certainly doesn't need this tacky crap that Donald Trump is putting up. Here's more, a kind of closer image on these gold touchings. I don't know what you call them. You can let me know in the comments. I'm not an interior designer. Neither is Trump. But anyway, sorry. These gold things, you get a better view at them. It looks like he picked them up at Home Depot. I mean, these look like, you know, you just spray painted gold on them. And here's another angle of that. But Donald Trump has not stopped there. Of course, we've seen a bunch of different renovations. Trump has also now added similar font outside the Oval Office, as if we needed a font to know where the Oval Office is, as if we needed a directive. Maybe Donald Trump does.
Now, speaking of national security, wouldn't that be national security? And look how huge it is. Someone from the street could see that. Now, it wouldn't. Everything else is national security. But the Oval Office, a big signage. Wouldn't that be something to concern yourself about security?
Because, you know, he's kind of losing it up there. But this is font that, you know, looks like it's being used by a 1-star hotel to pretend that they're like a 3-star or a 4-star hotel, but it's coming off really badly. It's tacky, long story short. And here's a closer up of the font. I mean, how gross is this? How gross is this? You know what I mean? You know, he's also attacked the Oval Office with the full Mar-a-Lago.
Look at this. Now, it is my a personal understanding that you should not hang pictures so high up that a person has to tilt their head to look at the pictures. You should take it at I forget what height the average person is, and add 2 or 3 inches for taller people, so everyone can look straight on at the picture. He had pictures hanging up to the ceiling, and all of this different color, gaudy ass gold leaf shit. Now, when he did the interview with Laura Ingrams, she kind of smirked and asked him, did you get this from Home Depot? No, this is real gold. You can't fake this, and then all of this is a real gold leaf bullshit. So I think that this one piece right here, he loves so much that he has it duplicated all over the White House. We just saw it in the hallway. This cheap, gaudy bullshit, and it's no wonder how much of the American tax dollars went to this. They get a budget to redecorate. All presidents get a budget to redecorate the White House. I wonder how much money he put aside to do this, and I wonder what one piece of gold leaf bullshit that got him so mad that he never fully paid the contractor in his you know uh, traditional way of doing business. I'm just asking.
Makeover, as many of the people in the Trump administration are receiving.
If you had a contractor, if you were a real designer, if you had any taste that wasn't on your tongue, you would know that this is the gaudiest shit in the world. Who did this? Who did this? And want to pretend as if they are a professional, while the couch is just left in beige fabric with beige pillows. Who did this? This is right now. This is a billionaire, and this is look at this shit. Anyway, I'm done.
From their plastic surgeons right now, but this looks like a Vegas pawn shop. It's covered in gold trim. He's hanging up portraits on literally every inch of space in the Oval Office. It's just gross. And of course, don't forget the East Wing, right? I mean, the complete destruction of the East Wing, where he's building his ugly ballroom and he's using. You don't renovate your house like this if you're leaving. And Donald Trump is already selling Trump 2028 merch. And this pardon that we just mentioned, I think further proves, even more so than we already know, that Donald Trump absolutely plans to stay in power past 2028. This is Kyle Cheney, a Politico legal reporter, talking about the article we're about to get into. Donald Trump's pardon of his alleged 2020 co-conspirators was less about shielding them from past crimes, his adversaries say, than about signaling to others that he has their backs if he needs them again in 2026 or 2028. And that seems exactly what Donald Trump's plan is. Let's get into this article. The extraordinarily broad pardon signed Friday but revealed Sunday night has little substantive effort for its recipients. Trump, of course, can only pardon federal crimes, and his administration had already pulled the plug on any lingering investigations stemming from the 2020 election. Some of the clemency recipients are still facing state-level criminal charges in Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and Wisconsin, though some Trump allies urged the pardons could derail those cases. And that's the intent from Donald Trump here, certainly preventing them and protecting them from being federally charged or facing any federal charges in the future, but also to pressure these state prosecutors who are going after these people, basically saying, if you do this, you're going to face some retribution. The mass pardon, the first in history to cover people accused of criminally conspiring with the president who issued it. I mean, that sentence in and of itself is stomach churning, isn't it? For the first time in American history, the president has pardoned people, many people, who have been accused of conspiring with him to commit crimes. That is sickening. Comes as Trump continues to soak false claims about rampant cheating by Democrats and sow doubts about the integrity of future elections, and his opponents see the pardon as a permission slip for similar efforts. Quote, Trump is sending a message to his supporters that if you commit a crime in the name of Donald Trump, I've got your back, said Liz Oyer, the former U.S. pardon attorney whose successor, Ed Martin, announced the pardon. So this is somebody who obviously has worked in this office before. She knows the ins and outs of the Department of Justice, certainly in this field, and even she is raising the alarm here. Oyer said the pardon was written so broadly that it could apply to countless people who aided Trump's effort to stay in power despite losing. And the vaguely worded document permits Martin and other DOJ officials to decide for themselves who receives a pardon or not. Quote, that's just not how pardon paperwork is written, said Oyer. The move also appeared to be a way for Trump to test the well-settled boundaries of the pardon power itself, with allies like Martin and election attorney Cleta Mitchell suggesting it should cause the pending state cases to crumble. So Donald Trump is hoping to reach into these states and have their cases ruined. What happened to state sovereignty? I thought Republicans were all about small government and not reaching into states. And now the president of the United States is trying to dictate cases in these individual states, and they're unsurprisingly silent. And of course, it goes on to talk about the different charges for people who have been charged in different states. You have Georgia, you have Arizona, you have Wisconsin, and more, and Nevada, of course, as well. So look, I think this is very much very clearly a sign that Donald Trump is saying, if you try in 2028, for example, to submit a false slate of electors again or pressure state legislators to overturn results, whatever it might be, I got your back. I'm going to pardon you and you don't have to worry. And then the state charges, they're going to have, hopefully for them at least, not for our democracy, MAGA people infiltrate these offices and be able to overturn elections that way, or whatever their plan is. We don't know. They're just kind of alluding to it, but it's there. And I think people have to take it seriously. When we see Donald Trump destroying the East Wing, we have to take it seriously. And you want to talk about the Republican Party's reaction to this? Are they stepping up to Donald Trump and saying you shouldn't have pardoned them? No, they're actually doubling down. Matter of fact, they're using the federal government and taxpayer dollars to themselves a bunch of money. In that bill that the Democrats caved on to reopen the government, late last night, Republican senators put a...
I forgot to talk about this as well. You may remember there was a hearing that I showed you. I think it was the Pam Bondi oversight hearing, and there were several senators that were pissed because they presented that they were spied on. Their phones were wiretapped. Lindsey Graham, I forget, who was it? Republican senators, who was it? I think it was like 5 senators. They said that their phone lines were tapped. Their phone lines, in fact, were not tapped. But they were up in arms about it. I keep on wanting to say Trey Gowdy, but it wasn't. It wasn't Trey Gowdy. It was this other guy. Anyway, they weren't tapped. They did, however, look into their phones after the January 6th invasion of the Capitol. They did look into their phones and they looked who was dialing in and out and the duration of the calls. It was not like they actually heard the calls and eavesdropped on the calls. None of that happened. But because that did happen, in this bill to reopen the government, these senators put a provision in the leg branch appropriation bill to let themselves sue for millions in taxpayer money over the January 6 wiretaps. So I thought that the Republicans wanted a clean CR, continuing resolution. They couldn't put healthcare subsidies in this clean CR. But what they did do, they put, now understand, they looked at the information on the phone for who was called and the duration of the calls to when they were investigating January 6th. Did they? These Republican senators said that it's the Democrat Party's fault. All we want is a clean CR. They signed a CR 17, 13, 14 times before, and how come they won't sign it now? And we can talk about the health care subsidies at another date, even though we're enrolling people in their health care today. They snuck that in the continuing resolution to open the government, to sue you for millions of dollars. We will get the names
provision
of these
into it that lets themselves sue for millions of dollars in taxpayer money over their phones being wiretapped by the Department of Justice as part of their investigation into January 6th. So they are basically giving themselves a bunch of money, and they're going to be suing Donald Trump's Department of Justice, who, of course, will bend the knee to them and give them whatever amount of money they want. How corrupt is that? Not only is Donald Trump pardoning his co-conspirators, but he's handing out fat checks to Republican senators who were...
Now, do you not think that they are going to allow Pam Bondi and Donald Trump is not going to allow them to get damages? You think that, and who Understand, the damages is not being paid by the Department of Justice. They're being paid by the American people. Okay, let me see. Each violation would be worth at least $500,000 in a legal claim, according to the bill's language. The bill would also sharply limit the way government could resist such a claim by taking away any government claim of qualified or sovereign immunity to fight a lawsuit over the issues. The Republican senators whose phone recordings were subpoenaed are part of the investigation were Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Martha Blackburn, and Bill Hegarty of Tennessee. Josh Hawley, that's the one. Josh Hawley of Missouri, Dan Sullivan of Alaska, and Tommy Tuberville, of course, of Alabama, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, and Cynthia Loomis of Wyoming. Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania also had his phone records subpoenaed, but would not be eligible because he is a member of the House. So, what do all these people have in common? They are 45, 47 sycophants. And since they found out that what's his name? The one with the beard. What was his name? Since they found out that their phone records were subpoenaed, not their phone calls, their phone records were subpoenaed. They tucked that into the bill to open up the government. The clean resolution, CR. Let's continue.
Rightly investigated, I might add. Because the provision is retroactive to 2022, it would appear to make eligible the 8 lawmakers whose phone records were subpoenaed by investigators for Jack Smith as he examined efforts by Trump to
Jack Smith. That's who I'm talking about.
Overturn the election. Each violation would be worth at least $500,000 in any legal claim. The bill would also sharply limit the way the government could resist such a claim, taking away any government claims of qualified or sovereign immunity to fight a lawsuit over the issue. The Republican senators whose phone records were...
Okay, so I read that to you. The link is in my description box, and we are going to go here. Why do you kind of wonder why these people would be targeted? Let's look at Josh Hawley. I'm just going to give you one example. Let me give you one example. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's at the top. Here we go. Hold on one second. I apologize. Let me share this with you while I try to find what I'm looking for. At least Bannon already knows they're all going to prison. At least he's admitted it. And he's also admitted that they are going to try to stay in office.
Down moves to the House, we now know that Senate Republicans tucked in a provision that could potentially allow them to benefit financially from one of their favorite conspiracy theories. Now, you may remember early last month, some Republicans in the Senate nearly lost their minds after Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the young man that he is, released this one-page unclassified document that references a preliminary toll analysis conducted by the FBI in 2023 of at least 9 Trump-allied Republican lawmakers. Now, according to the press release, that analysis was phone data the FBI looked at from January 4th through January 7th of 2021, which is, of course, the days surrounding the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. And despite their conspiracy theorizing, All that data showed when calls were made and to whom. That's all it showed, as well as the duration and the general location data of a call. That's it. This information was then folded into special counsel Jack Smith's criminal investigation into Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election. Republicans quickly claimed that this all was evidence of something worse than Watergate, is what they said, if you can believe it. And in a hearing that following that document's release, Republican members railed against what they're shorthanded as spying.
This is an outrage, an unconstitutional breach, and ought to be immediately addressed.
Can you tell me why my phone records, when I'm the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, were sought by the Jack Smith agents?
We've got a list. Tap my phone, tap Lindsey Graham's phone, tap Marsha Blackburn's phone. We've got nothing but concerns today, but no concern at all for a Justice Department that is tapping the phones of sitting United States senators because who knows why?
You know why. You know exactly why. Your phone, first of all, your phone wasn't tapped. The information of your phone was reviewed. Let's keep it clear that they are so insulted. We're going to get to him in particular, and we may have a couple of answers. Lindsey Graham, we know you are a ball licker. Chuck Grassley, we know that you do whatever 4547 tells you to do. They don't understand why, and they are misrepresenting what was done. But they sat quiet as our phones was spied on. These are the same people who sat quiet during the Bush administration when our phones were spied on under the Department of Homeland Security, wireless phone calls being docked and listened to. They didn't say nothing to you, the people, but now they are up in arms about what phone calls people were looking into them making around the January 6th date.
Now, that was quite a performance by that crew. Bravo to you, Josh Hawley and Lindsey Graham. The Oscar goes too. I mean, the thing is this document isn't the revelation they say it is at all. For one, nobody's phone was tapped, as Josh Hawley repeatedly claimed. After getting proper approval from a grand jury, the FBI collected essentially phone logs. And the existence of these logs haven't been hidden at all. If Republicans had managed to have actually read Volume 1 of Jack Smith's report, which maybe they should have, given they're so concerned, they would have seen that it references some of the calls, complete with a footnote that cites the phone records for all to see. That's also not to mention that if Jack Smith was serious about investigating the pressure campaign Trump and his alleged co-conspirators were waging to overturn the election, it would obviously make sense he would look at who was talking to whom and when. Because let's be honest, these lawmakers weren't exactly picked out of thin air. Even before Jack Smith took over this case, there were plenty of reports about the contact these exact lawmakers had made with Trump and his allies during this period of time. But despite all of that, they are still very, very mad about Jack Smith's very, very legitimate investigation. And now they've apparently added into the spending bill a new legal pathway that allows for senators to sue for as much as $500,000 for each time a federal investigator searches their phone records without notifying them. And would you look at that? The provision is retroactive to 2022, meaning the senators who had enough of a proximity to Trump and the events of January 6th to warrant having their phone records requested are putting themselves in a position, with the help of their colleagues, to potentially make money off of that fact. Just when you thought they couldn't get shadier, they seem to surprise you.
Okay, let me ban this hating motherfucker. You know, isn't it funny when you out here telling simple facts? I guess she was calling Jen stupid. When you're out here.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon,
when you're out here stating simple facts. Now, why is Josh Hawley on the list? Are you curious to why Josh Hawley is on the list as he pretends as if I'm so innocent. I don't know why you watching me. Let's see why Josh Hawley may be on the list. Because if memory served me correctly, when I heard this story, memory did serve me correctly. Josh Hawley took his ass out in front of that mob of people and gave them the let's go fist pump or something to that effect. That to show that a mangy, muddy crowd of people who were defecating in the halls of Congress and smearing it on the walls and saying "Hang Mike Pence." He let them know that he was with them. Let's continue. Let's see the January 6th hearing room laughed at video of Josh Hawley fleeing the Capitol.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol. As you can see in this photo, he raised his fist in solidarity with the protesters already amassing at the security gates. We spoke with a Capitol police officer who was out there at the time. She told us that Senator Hawley's gesture riled up the crowd, and it bothered her greatly because he was doing it in a safe space, protected by the officers and the barriers. Later that day, Senator Hawley fled after those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself.
A whole fucking joke. A whole fucking joke. This is your government. This is your government at work. And he is surprised at why his phone records were gone over. Now, if you missed the beginning of the story, yes, Leonard. Yes, Leonard. I remember. I remember that particularly because they played it quite a few times and said that it was odd that he was showing support for these people and then running from the same people who he was pumping up. Now, if you missed the beginning of the live, there have been some emails released about Jeffrey Epstein in 2029. Let's hear this story again. Well, I didn't play this particular story, but let's get into the story. This will be the last link in my description box. Go over there and check out all of the information that I play, or just hit the replay and check out the whole live. Please hit the like button. I greatly appreciate it. If you've learned anything new, $ Ronnie Q to those are my goals, is to give
House
you
Oversight Committee
to give you new information. Let me copy this right quick. Okay, here we go.
were able to know for Donald Trump, perhaps the worst day of his presidency yet. Of course, you probably know by now that the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee were able to get their hands on new emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as Jeffrey Epstein and Michael Wolff, and other Epstein emails, which link Donald Trump to conduct that is abhorrent. Jeffrey Epstein says that basically Donald Trump knew everything. He would hang out in the house with the victim. We'll get to that in a moment. But I want to cover the other disasters in Donald Trump's morning and day thus far. Let's just take a look at the headlines this morning. Tariffs are forcing brands to cut back on Black Friday deals. Trump's literally the Grinch destroying Christmas. You know how MAGA Republicans would say, oh, the Democrats want to destroy Christmas. Donald Trump is quite literally doing that. As Carl Quintanilla writes from the Bloomberg article.
Fuck Christmas. Fuck Christmas. Fuck Christmas. If you had any sense, you would make your own decisions about Christmas. My decision is fuck Christmas. Fuck giving these retailers their last boost of money this year for this last quarter in this year. Fuck these motherfuckers because all they want to do is fuck over you. Anytime these motherfuckers choose to price gouge, that's what they do. Fuck Christmas and fuck Thanksgiving. The same motherfuckers that came over here and stole the lands from the pilgrims are the same motherfuckers that don't want to feed the poor. The same motherfuckers that came over here and were fed by the indigenous people don't want to feed the poor that they made poor for not wanting to pay decent wages, for not wanting to educate their population. Fuck Thanksgiving because they really want to fuck the poor and they want to make everybody else poor and destitute as well. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. It has to be some point. It has to be some point where you understand that they are trying to get every penny that you have. And if you keep willingly giving it to them, they're going to try to figure out ways to get it anyway. So if you act like you don't have any sense, why are they going to treat you like you have any sense? Why are they going to respect your dollar when you don't respect your own dollar? I just have questions. That's just like a man. If you don't respect yourself as a woman, what man do you think is going to respect you? Y'all don't even, some of y'all, not all of y'all, some of y'all don't even respect your dollar. And you will continue to give it to Jeff Bezos, who is looking for ways to get rid of 600,000 jobs and give it to AI. And why does he think that's okay? Why does he think this it's okay to get rid of $600,000 jobs when his business is not losing any money? Because y'all stay silent about it. Because y'all continue to shop with him. Because y'all continue to give him your money as if he is the only person who sells what you won't get up off of your ass and go shop for yourself. Well, I don't work for Amazon. Well, I don't work for this company. I don't work for that company. I don't work for the millions of companies that are laying off workers. No, you may not. You may not. But let all of these motherfuckers get laid off and get destitute and get desperate. Whoever the fuck you work for, they gonna come and knock you in your head to get it. While you're not worried about what happens to the next man, while you thinking that it's going to be all fun, having all of these people out of jobs, out of work, no health insurance, while you think it's going to be fun to you and you're going to be unaffected, oh yeah, you're going to be harshly affected as well. But go on and spend your money where you want to. I'm just telling you where I ain't spending mine. I was taught from my family that grew up in the South, my family that grew up where you needed to be off the streets after the street lights came on. You didn't want to be driving to and from different towns after dark. This has been instilled in me since I was a child. I set up under my great aunts and great uncles and heard the stories that they would tell about how it was when they grew up. Just sharing stories and information, able to laugh at the thing that absolutely instilled fear in me, not understanding how they could then laugh about it. See, a lot of you people are unaware of this type of situation. Y'all think, oh, we can get through it. If you can get through it, oh, we've been used to having, not having. We've been used to that. Y'all ain't been used to not having a goddamn thing, because the ones who really didn't have it got up off their asses and they fought to get it. But y'all ain't gonna get up off of your ass and not make a billionaire richer by eliminating hundreds and thousands of jobs. Why are you talking about what you used to? But y'all think that's not going to affect you. Well, it is. It most definitely is. Okay. Fuck the
article. It just
fuck Black Friday. Fuck Cyber Monday. Because the deals are not dealing anymore in the first motherfucking place. Fuck Walmart and all of the rest of these motherfucking largest retailers in the United States, largest the largest brick and mortar retailer, and fuck Jeff Bezos. Fuck all of these motherfuckers. Because all that this country has done, all of the regulations that have been cut to let them fuck over their workers. They talked about people being on welfare, people being on food stamps need to get up off of their ass and work. Are we going to pretend like a lot of people who work for Walmart are absolutely on food stamps because they are not getting paid enough and they are not getting enough hours to have health care or to feed their families? And that is the system that Walmart allegedly works under, is to make sure that you get just enough hours to be uneligible to get in any type of insurance. And y'all want to blame it on people who ain't working and going to pretend like people who work at the largest retailer are not being fucked over by these billionaires. But y'all want to see what they have on Black Friday. Black Friday has moved up to Wednesday before Thanksgiving, before Christmas, because they know y'all stupid. They want you to take some of that money that you would usually buy that meal with. You know, they put out the new Walmart meal. So 4547 can say that you are saving 25% on your Thanksgiving meal this year. But then what they're not saying is that they've taken about 7 items off that meal list, and the shit that is still on that meal list, it's not regular brand food. It's the non-brand store best. What is it called? Best value brand. It's not these. It's the store-bought brand shit that they put on your list to try to make you feel that you're saving 25% less, and a lot of the shit ain't even on the menu, so they ain't even got to put the price of the shit on there. Okay.
just doesn't make financial sense for us to offer discounts because our costs of goods are so high because of tariffs. Less discounts, less purchasing, high credit card debt, and massive delinquencies there spells big, big trouble. You take a look at, just say coffee. Coffee futures right now ranging
QAnon. Working at Walmart is not a career. Nobody feels sorry for you. Is that correct? I don't recall ever saying that I worked at Walmart. So that shows what a dumb motherfucker you are. I've never worked at Walmart. But I'm not going to pretend like no one else worked at Walmart. See, that's the difference. Nobody's going to feel sorry for me. I don't need anyone to feel sorry for me because I'm not a dumb motherfucker like you who can't understand English. Do I need to call ICE on you, QAnon? Because you don't seem to speak English. You act as if What you do is the only thing that matter, as this whole fucking country is getting fucked over. But you think you're insulting me by being an ignorant motherfucker. I don't have SNAP benefits. What are you talking about, my SNAP benefits? Did you hear me say anything about my SNAP benefits, stupid motherfucker? But I do understand that there are working people who get SNAP benefits. What didn't you understand about the English that I'm speaking? I'm not insulted about SNAP benefits. I am not insulted about someone else's benefits. I'm more insulted about the people who are getting rich off of these SNAP benefits. Like these grocery stores, like this Walmart. See, that's who you should be mad at while you sitting up here trying to your mama's a nigger. Your mama's a nigger lover. Your mama probably got a nigger cum running down her leg right now, bitch. Your mama probably got a nigger cum running out her butthole, every orifice on her body. Your mama probably is sucking up nut right as we speak. The fuck out of here. Okay. Back to where we were.
Near record levels. And you know right now that if you go out and buy coffee, how expensive it is. So now Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is floating the idea of coffee tariff relief and tariff relief on other products. Tariff relief? I thought you all said that tariffs were going to make us so rich. And they're your tariffs against the world. Now we need relief from your tariffs. Right, Donald Trump creates the problems, destroys the lives of our soybean farmers, destroys construction manufacturing, destroys...
And then gives $40 billion to Argentina. Because they're dying. You don't understand. They're dying. And fuck our farmers.
Many sectors, and then needs to bail them out and provide them relief or just let them go bankrupt. Just take a look at this one as well. It's not just affordability that Americans are anxious over. They're anxious over jobs as well. 55% of employed Americans say that they are concerned right now about losing their jobs, and 62% of respondents.
But Ben Marcellus, if you report on the job market, if you report on what our workers are going through, these stupid MAGA people are going to think that you're talking about yourself individually. Because unlike these stupid MAGA people, you can talk about things that you're not personally affected by. You cannot give the news. You can pretend like as if you're unaffected by any of this fuck shit that is going on in America and try to blame other people for what's going on that the government is absolutely doing. And you can try to ignore that what is being done to your fellow United States citizens as you pretend like you are America first and don't say a motherfucking thing as these billionaires fuck over the American worker. And you can try to act as if somebody gives a fuck about you being a dumb motherfucker, and then now you are a farmer crying. Now you are a farmer shooting your brains out because you voted for 45, 47, and nobody gives a fuck about you motherfuckers who are destitute and who are losing your property. Why? Because JD Vance has a solution for you. JD Vance has acre traders that will go in and buy up this farmland and spread it out among the wealthy people who are buying in to acre traders to get a portion of your farm. That's the plan. Why motherfuckers sitting up here talking about food stamps? Why motherfuckers sitting up here acting as if people on food stamps is the fucking problem in America? The people who don't have shit, but they don't say nothing when acre traders goes in and buy up all of this farmland from farmers who were so delusional and so stupid to vote for their own demise. And then when they cap themselves, and then when the bank come in and foreclose on their farm, here we are, some wealthy people ready to come in and carve up the carcass of your life. But I'm supposed to be mad about a stupid motherfucker coming in my chat thinking that he gonna write a nigger in my chat, like I give a fuck because he's so stupid. You tried it. It didn't work. Go take your ass and try that shit with some dumb people who have your ass in pain, motherfucker. And that could be your mama. Tell your mama to take that big black dick out her pussy, out her asshole, out her mouth, and cry to your mama, bitch. Let me. I want to play this shit.
Said the cost of their everyday items had climbed over the last month. But Donald Trump and MAGA says this is all a hoax and that we're living a golden age. We're in the Gilded Age, indeed. We're all having great Gatsby parties just like Donald, aren't we? With the slogan, a little party never killed nobody, right? Aren't we all living that way? Absolutely not. Donald Trump is making the American people suffer. Donald Trump is starving the American people to death. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans are ripping away the health care of over 20 million Americans. Why? Because they hate Americans. I mean, just listen to what Donald Trump said last night. He said that Americans are too stupid to do the jobs that we need foreign workers for. He goes, Americans can't do those jobs. And then in the same interview with Laura Ingraham, he said that Americans can't attend these universities. That's why we need at least 600,000
people. We need 600,000 people because we do not educate our students, right? We need Chinese students. But Laura Ingraham with her tight jaw, Chinese, they spy on us, don't they? We need Chinese. Yes, we need Chinese people because the United States of America does not care to educate their children. They have no problem, however, lowering the age where your children can go to work, though. See, this is the mindset of the United States government, given enough time to fester upon itself. And they're going to blame it on you. They blame it on you. Because you're too stupid to see. As that stupid person who came in my chat. See, they want to blame it on you while they continue to vote for their own demise. Or not vote at all. Let's continue.
Chinese students to fill those seats. Americans are too dumb to go to those universities. Donald Trump saying that on Fox, and the MAGAs are pissed. I showed videos, I did on a video this morning, I showed some comments by these former MAGA people who were like, this is the ultimate betrayal by Donald Trump. Let's take a look at another data point. Don't worry, I'm going to get to the Epstein files in just a bit. But I don't want to lose sight of the other things that are impacting Americans while Donald Trump is also covering up the Epstein files. Auto loan delinquencies hit a record high for the riskiest borrowers. Not a good data.
Let me, I want to get directly to, I dropped this link in my description box if you want to watch Quiet as It's Kept, White Devils Better Watch Out. Go back to Antarctica. Frankly, P-Dub. Funky P-Dub. Okay. Let me I dropped the link for this. He's giving, I thought that this was a short about hold on. I can't think and say my links at the same time. This is link number 18. I thought that this was a short, but we're gonna go to Jesse Dollamore. We are going to go to him talking about that right off the Epstein bombshell. Uh, I talked about that earlier. I read the article from Axios. The link is in my description box. I talked about what was discovered, what was released about Epstein saying that Donald Trump knew exactly what was going on. So the link is that's the first link in my description box, the Axios article. So let's see what Jesse Dollamore has to say about that. And I'm interested to see Caroline Leavitt spaz out behind it. She's a big liar as well. And I'm seeing her spawn up her fake righteous indignation when she's going to be obviously questioned about that. Let's go.
Why would Donald Trump spend hours with an underage girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house? Why? What is he mentoring the young lady? Very quickly, before I get started here, because in the spirit of this video, which is about accountability for our leaders, for the people that we place in high positions, I want you to please go check out an interview Brittany Page did on her channel with Professor Terrence Keel, who wrote the book, The Coroner's Silence. This is about the collusion between coroners' offices and police departments to cover for the crimes of police. There's a disconnect between what we know in our hearts, yeah, we know that's been going on for a long time, and then actually having evidence of it. It is a fantastic interview that is so illuminating and could give you ammunition in conversations about this type of topic. So go check it out. There'll be a link below and a pinned comment at the top of this video for you also to go check that interview out and subscribe to her channel while you're there. In the spirit of accountability for leaders, in the spirit of talking about things that we know in our gut to be true, but don't really have the hard evidence that could be brought to bear to a grand jury to secure an indictment, a bomb has...
At least 3 people will die today in the United States because of the...
Why would Donald Trump spend hours with an underage girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house?
Okay, I just went and I grabbed that link for that interview. I'm going to drop it in my description box. It's number 20. I apologize for interrupting this Trump news, but I was interested in that myself. I'm going to drop it in the description box, number 20 in the description box. And I am also going to drop it for you here in the chat of the Brittany Page interview with the professor who proves that a lot of death are cover-ups from the coroners. Let's go.
Why? Of police. There's a disconnect between leaders in the spirit of talking about things that we know in our gut to be true, but don't really have the hard evidence that could be brought to bear to a grand jury to secure an indictment. A bomb has dropped in the Epstein case relative to Donald Trump, and it came at the hands of the oversight Democrats in the House of Representatives. I hold in my hands right now 3 emails that are between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and Michael Wolff and Jeffrey Epstein, all thick as thieves, trying to come up with talking points and excuses while incriminating Donald Trump, the current president of the United States. And you can't say, MAGA world, you can't say, well, this is all just an attempt to take Donald Trump down, to stop him from being president. When one of the emails is from April of 2011. I will remind you, Donald Trump came down the escalator like in June or July of 2015. Being president wasn't on the radar for Donald Trump. This isn't a takedown, a radical left lunatics trying to take down Donald Trump. Pretty remarkable. Here's the post on Blue Sky from the House Oversight Dems. Breaking: Oversight Dems have received new emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that raise serious questions about Donald Trump and his knowledge of Epstein's horrific crimes. Read them for yourself. It's time to end this cover-up and release the files. This also gives some indication, some behind the scenes of why Hakeem Jeffries has been so beating the drum about the pedophile protection program of the Republic. All of a sudden, he started using that. And now we know it's because they have this evidence. And I'm going to read these emails and then a little bit from the New York Times to try to give this some context. This is from April 2011. It's a response. I'll read the bottom email first. This is Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. This victim, they've redacted her name, this victim, underage victim of sexual violence, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. To which she responded, Ghislaine Maxwell responded, I have been thinking about that. Why would Donald Trump spend hours with an underage girl at Jeffrey Epstein's house? Why? What is he mentoring the young lady who on the side is being sex trafficked and raped against her will by Jeffrey Epstein and his pals? Donald Trump being one of those pals? Why? What rational reason? What reason that wouldn't strain credulity and rationality?
Now, see, this email was not in the earlier Axios article. I am glad that I checked in on Jesse. I dropped his link in the chat. It's also in my description box. Let's hear more of these emails. And let's see who's mad about food stamps now. Are they not mad about people stamping on young children, young girls' vaginal region, though? It doesn't seem like too many people are mad about those vaginals young girls being stamped on, though. Isn't that peculiar? Oh no, it's really par for the course for certain genders, certain type of people of certain proclivities. It goes way back. If they can't get a stranger, they usually get a family member. It's kind of common among that brood of people. And we're not going to pretend that it's not common for them. All of these inbreds and all of these serial SAers. It's kind of common for a certain brood of people. Let's keep it a buck.
What reason would he have?
Per capita. Who does this the most? Per capita. Or per period. Who is always dishing out this type of disgusting behavior? Who does this on the regular? Who can you be sure is up to this type of stuff? While they think that me telling you that the rich are trying to break you and think that I should be insulted by anything that this brood of people are known to be all the time throughout history. Remember, let's go on.
A grown man, an elderly man, spending hours with a trafficked young lady at Jeffrey Epstein's house. That was April 2011. This is December 2015. This is from Michael Wolff. Again, Michael Wolff has a lot of questions to answer with his continued relationship, advice giving of Jeffrey Epstein, helping, aiding and abetting, at this point, a convicted child rapist and child trafficker, a convicted. And Michael Wolff, while playing the righteous journalist on the Daily Beast podcast, is actually thick as thieves with these individuals as well. He is a disgusting, disgraceful individual. This is from Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein in response to some of these. And maybe I'll read some of these responses first. I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in a scrum afterwards, to which Jeffrey Epstein replied, if I were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Asking advice of Michael Wolff. This, up to this point, kind of this righteous, self-righteous individual is writing these books about Donald Trump and what a terrible human being is, when he's inside knowledge because he's in the club. This is his response on what should the answer be to a how do we craft an answer for Donald Trump? Craft an answer for Donald Trump. They're still close enough to be able to, here's what you say, Donald. And this is what Michael Wolff said. I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. They're admitting here that everything.
What? You hear him? He said that tracks. Michael Dolomore is tracking. We're tracking over here. He said that tracks. He stole Fabe and QB's term. Or did they steal his? He said that tracks.
Which tracks. That maps on to the reality that we know to be true about Donald Trump. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or, if it really looks like he could win the presidency, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course.
Now, who is saving him now? Who is sitting in a cupcake prison, getting access to electronics, getting special meals served to her, petting the puppies that are bought in to be trained to help special need and assistant puppies? Who said that she feels like Alice, who has fallen through the glass mirror or whatever? I never read Alice in Wonderland. Excuse me if I misquote it. Who says she feels like she's like Alice in Wonderland now? Who has the potential of getting this treatment from 4547? Who sent his personal lawyer, who he has the second under Pam Bondi in the DOJ, to interview her, to get her in this Alice in Wonderland reality of prison after being convicted of SAing children. Who is leaking? Who is reaping those benefits? I mean,
it is possible that if it really looks like he could win the presidency, you could save him, generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed.
Isn't that what 4547 said about Maxwell? I think she got a raw deal. And, he said that he thought that she got a raw deal. The same woman who is living Alice in Wonderland existed, who is applying for clemency from him as we speak. Huh? What you want to say about food stamps?
In the Trump deal, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in the Trump regime, which is, I guess, floating what Donald Trump could say. And then finally, January 2019, this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. They're still involved with one another. This particular underage female victim at Mar-a-Lago, then this other element is redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever, quote, and then, obviously all of this is a quote, but I I highlighted it, so it made me say, quote, of course, he knew about the girls and he asked Ghislaine to stop. We're going to get to that. It really does put into context some of the clues, some of the clips that we've played of Donald Trump on Air Force One making excuses, downplaying what took place at his property relative to sex trafficking and the rape, the systematic rape of many women, many young girls, excuse me. And the Democrats have brought this to bear. Now, what do we know? We know that Donald Trump knew.
What else do we know? We know that the prosecutor, Maureen, thank you. Hey, Barry Carey, thank you. We know that Maureen Comey, whose father has been indicted by this DOJ, we know that the prosecutor who looked at the case, that said that there was no case against Comey. He brought in one of these bimbos that used to work, who used to do his pageants when he had those pageants. She came in and fucked up the paperwork and never tried the case. We also know that on tomorrow, she is going to have to go before the judge who she brought this case for, about the complaint that Comey and Letitia James, who she also charged for a non-crime, she's going to have to go before the judge and explain how it is that she's going to have to address the complaint that Comey and James put against her, that she is not even qualified to be in the seat that 47 put her in, because she is the second person that he gave that seat to, and that's against the law. He has only one opportunity to assign an interim she's not a DA. He has only what is she? I'm gonna say DA, but it's not DA. He has only one opportunity to assign a person in her seat, and she is the second person who he assigned. The first person he assigned refused to bring the case in the in Virginia. So he got ousted out of his whole job. He said he quit. They said he you don't know the law. I know what I'm talking about, motherfucker. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know exactly what don't I know? What law don't I know? I don't even recall me talking about the law. I think I'm talking about procedure. I'm not talking about no motherfucking law. So the first person that he put in Virginia said that there was no case. And then he brings in the bimbo, which was against the law. I know that law. I know that's why the judge has her coming in based upon the complaint of two attorneys, Comey and Letitia James, that she is not supposed to be even trying this case. She has no position to even bring them up on charges, because she would be the second person that has been brought in as an interim person in that position that she is not qualified to have. First of all, I thought everything was going to be about merit. Nothing is about merit in this administration. He got a bimbo to come in. She didn't even let Pam Bimbo know that she was about to bring this before a grand jury. That's how stupid she is. Now she has to go before the court. Now he has one opportunity, and once that initial guy either got outed or quit, depending on who you believe, he said he quit. They say they fired him. Once he got fired, 47 has no right to put another person in that position. At that point, it is the judges of Virginia who are supposed to appoint the next person in that seat. But that's not what happened. He wanted somebody to go in and bring about retribution. Now, why am I talking about Comey? Because tried Maxwell and got her conviction? It was Comey's daughter. And right before they went in to talk to Maxwell, who got fired from the Department of Justice with a stellar record, Comey's daughter. See, she knows where all the fucking bodies are buried because she is the one who tried Maxwell, successfully getting a conviction. So she knows all the ins and outs of this case. And if they wanted to talk to Maxwell about anything about this case, why would they send, what is his name? Why would they send Trump's former attorney who couldn't win a case, Todd Blanchett? Why would they send Todd Blanchett to go interview Ghislaine Maxwell when they had her actual prosecutor who successfully prosecuted her? If the Department of Justice wanted to gauge where Maxwell was and get information from Maxwell, why wouldn't they send Maureen Comey? Because they fired her. Because they wanted to send Todd Blanchard in to say that she said something that proves that she is in a bad place and we need to move her for her protection and all of this bullshit. That's why I'm saying all of this. I wanted to remind you, America was never great. Anyone telling you otherwise is selling you a lie. I concur. Sonavet, welcome to the chat. Troll heaven it is, but they're gonna get this work. They're gonna get these facts, but you notice they shut the fuck up when I present the facts. They ain't got shit else to say when the facts come out. Or did you block them? I don't know. I can't see from StreamYard. Let them stay. Let them stay. Let them stay. I don't care. Let them stay. Because I'm not deviating from anything I said. You notice they have no facts to present themselves. Let's go back.
Jeff, what do we know? We know that Donald Trump knew. Jeffrey Epstein said it in that email in 2011. Donald Trump knew. Something Donald Trump has denied knowing. Now, what do we have evidence of, but that would have to go before a grand jury with other evidence? Because, by the way, this is not the only tranche of emails. This is probably not even the worst of it. There is more to be found out. There's more to be discovered through the subpoenas, through investigation, through the release of more emails. We're going to find out all kinds of stuff that makes this look like child's play. That would be my prediction. But what are we going to learn that can be uncovered and proven legally? Legally, not what we know in our hearts, not credibly accused child rapist of children, Donald Trump. No, what are we going to be able to find out? That's the question. Hours alone with one of the underage female victims. Hours alone. Which does, like I said, put into new light this particular clip from Donald Trump on Air Force One, talking about the kidnapping, talking about the stealing of the girls from Mar-a-Lago, from the spa. It's from the spa. Yeah, from the spa. Stolen from Donald Trump. Remember this moment.
EPSTEIN has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young
Yeah.
women. What did they do?
In the spa.
What kind of jobs? In the spa?
Yeah, it's people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, We don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think that was one of the people. Yeah, he stole her. And you mad? Why? You mad at me? Why? Because I'm not stupid like you? Oh, okay. Let's continue.
And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
I mean, look, it was already bad. It was already bad. This just makes it even worse. This is a headline from the New York Times. Epstein alleged in emails that Trump knew of his conduct. In a message obtained by Congress, the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein wrote that Donald Trump spent hours at his house with one of Mr. Epstein's victims. In one of the messages, Mr. Epstein flatly asserted that Mr. Trump, quote unquote, knew about the girls, many of whom were later found by investigators to have been underage. In another, Mr. Epstein pondered how to address questions from the news media about their relationship as Mr. Trump was becoming a national political figure. And this is about as telling as it gets. The White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. They didn't say fake news. They didn't say witch hunt. They didn't rattle off some nonsense about radical left lunatics. They said, cricket, 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 silence, as they scramble and craft a response. That's where we are right now. Michael Wolff is in this up to his neck. Obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell is in it, getting wild special treatment in her minimum security country club federal prison. Why is she getting special treatment? What does she know that Donald Trump wants to keep her silent about? If I were Ghislaine Maxwell, I would be watching my six. I'd be looking over my shoulder to make sure I'm not ready to be murdered in order to secure her silence. That's what I'd be worried about. Why did Donald Trump give Alex Acosta, the guy who knew everything about Jeffrey Epstein, he was the prosecutor at the time, the U.S. attorney for the district in Florida there, that gave the sweetheart deal to Jeffrey Epstein, why did he get to be Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump? Why was he given the lofty Secretary of Labor? That wasn't his purview. That wasn't his expertise. He was given a cabinet position by Donald Trump in the first term. People are being treated.
Why did he leave that cabinet position in Trump's first term? Because the Epstein stuff bubbled up, and he left his cabinet position. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know who. Lindsay Halligan. Lindsay Halligan was appointed the interim United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia in September of 2025. Why did this person who had no qualifications, who never tried a case, get such a plum position as the interim United States Attorney for Eastern District of Virginia, a very prestigious position? This beauty queen for one of Trump's pageants. You know, the pageants where he said on Howard Stern that he would just walk in and the women would be nude, half dressed, and he would just go in under the premise that, I own the pageant. I got to make sure everything's okay. I have to make sure everything's up to code. And they would be half nude and they would just be this who's bringing the charges against Comey when the first interim attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia said that there was no case. Now, she didn't even tell her boss Pam Bimbo at the Department of Justice that she was going in to actually go before a grand jury on the Comey case. because she was listening to the other snake who worked for the administration, who is over the Department of Non. It has such a stupid name that they give it. The department that is to ensure that there is no malicious prosecution. I forget his name. The one who showed up at Letitia James' house taking pictures. These are the unqualified people that you are trying to talk to me about the law. You're trying to talk to me about the law when this woman has to go before a judge to answer questions from two experienced attorneys, James Comey and Letitia James, who is the U.S. State Attorney in the Eastern District of New York. And this bimbo tried to run game and play game with a real qualified person, because if a black woman is in that position, she is in that position because she earned it. Period, point blank. Now, let me see. That's what we have there. Now, there has been a little more breaking news, and I am going to leave it here. Caroline Lavit was asked about this today, and let's see what Caroline Lavit had to say. This says that, Luke Beasley, let me copy this and make sure I put it in the description box. I hope I put Jesse Dollamore in there. I'm going to put Caroline Lyot being questioned about these emails. Let me put this in here right quick, and then I'm going to play it for you. I want you to be able to go check these out in your free time, if you choose to. Caroline Lyot F's up badly in disaster presser. Okay, this is Pondering Politics. Let's check this out. I'll drop the link in the chat as well.
By House Democrats, separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you have your statement about? I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong.
Well, Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt finally emerged from hiding to host her first White House press briefing in God knows how long. And it was predictably a total disaster, especially because it came on the heels of today's bombshell leaked email scandal between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, in which Epstein, in these emails, says that Donald Trump knew all about his nefarious crimes. And when Leavitt gets pressed about this by the media, she visibly panics. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, we have several clips to talk about, so let's jump straight on in.
Economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind.
So Caroline Leavitt is blaming Democrats for the Bureau of Labor Statistics being unable to produce a jobs report, but it was Trump who caused chaos at the Bureau of Labor Statistics by unceremoniously and unnecessarily firing the BLS commissioner because they were...
Okay, so you know what that means. That means the economy and the jobs have gone down in a horrible pace. That means now this bitch is sitting up here blaming Democrats for what exactly? What did the Democrats do to fire the person that was over the BLS Bureau and Labor Statistics. What did the Democrats have to do with that? 4547 fired her after the last disastrous job numbers came out. There were no job numbers that came out in October because they said that they're trying to get someone, and they are trying to bring new measures and metrics to give the job numbers out, and then they hired some asshole from Project 2025, and he's trying to recalibrate how they're going to give out the job numbers, and they may not do it every week. They may do it every quarter, but now it's the Democrats' fault. They're going to fuck over the numbers. They're going to fudge the numbers. Dark crypto. Exactly. Thank you for being here. And they're trying to. I'm surprised they didn't blame it on Biden. How come they didn't do the regular bullshit and just blame it on Biden? So, it must be horrible. And while people sitting up talking about Black Friday deals and all of this shit, and you don't know that America is turning into a third world country right before your eyes. Right before your eyes. But it's not because we're poor. No, it's because we have given all of our money and treasure to charlatans and thieves. Let's continue. I didn't even know that bitch. They were going to start with this bitch lying about the jobs report that they're not giving out, and they've ruined the opportunity for us to get. How could anybody ruin the opportunity to do something that they have absolute no control over? Let me go. Fuck it.
Producing jobs reports that were accurate, but Sarah Trump or
CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policy.
You aren't going to release it anyway because you don't want the people to know how bad the jobs are, or the jobs reports are. You aren't. It's somebody else's fault. When
policymakers at the Fed flying blind at.
So Carolyn Levitt is blaming Democrats for the Bureau of Labor Statistics being unable to produce a jobs report, but it was Trump who caused chaos at the Bureau of Labor Statistics by unceremoniously and unnecessarily firing the BLS commissioner because they were producing jobs reports that were accurate but unflattering for Trump. And since then, we have not had a jobs report. But according to Goldman Sachs and other financial analysts, their calculations and their assessments say that the United States has been hemorrhaging jobs, not gaining jobs, hemorrhaging jobs under Trump in the absence of these reports. So it's probably the Trump White House looking desperately to.
They will never, these jobs reports, they will never be reported. It's not our fault. You don't want them to be reported. You're right. No one expected them to be reported because we know you're trying to hide them.
To avoid ever producing this report, which would be wildly unflattering. Here's another clip.
On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history.
What were the jobs numbers when Joe Biden was there, though? What were the job numbers? Do you know that? Since you don't know yours, do you know his?
And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration.
All right, so a couple of things. Number one, it is laughable to say that affordability was not covered during the Biden years. Affordability or lack thereof is ultimately what killed Biden's presidency. It made him effectively unelectable. It undermined the Democrats, including Kamala Harris, in the 2024 election. Biden was hammered nonstop about inflation, not just by Republicans, but by mainstream media as well. CNN, they were constantly talking. CNN, the New York Times, constantly reporting all sorts of unflattering news about the Biden economy. So she's just totally full of shit. She's just upset that turnabout is fair play. And now that Trump is in office and most Americans say that things are worse under Trump economically than they were under Biden, that Trump is getting at least some measure of the same scrutiny. I would argue he's still getting graded on a curve compared to Biden, but they can't handle anything approaching an even terrain. And so she's really upset about that. So is Trump. They're upset about the blue wave elections last Tuesday, and they're hoping to forestall it. But the fact of the matter is there's a reason people are pissed off, and it's because Trump has not addressed affordability, and things have generally gotten more expensive on his watch. Here's another clip.
And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing...
For example, be specific. For example, I need you to be specific. I really need you to tell me exactly what he has done. The last time this bitch was in front of a camera, she said that his main priority was the ballroom. And we've seen him going to Mar-a-Lago, having all of these dinners and balls with all of this opulence in grotesque spending. When, bitch? What?
Economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day.
Well, again, the polling and the election show that American people are not satisfied, and Trump is screwing up, and he's not addressing the issue. And again, that was the standard that you all created for President Biden, and so we're just gleefully using that standard against you, and it's not our fault that we're winning and you're losing. That's your fault. You promised to cut inflation day one. You failed spectacularly. That's on you guys. Here's another clip.
In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pocket.
I thought everything was a day one situation. I thought that everything, your answer to what he's doing about affordability is about the tax bill that now next year is going to put more affordability and more money in people's pockets. But wait a minute, didn't Jeffrey Osborne, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say that the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security is going to be the alleged $2,000 that we were going to get from tariff, the woo 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 woo. Scott Bessent, who is always yodeling when he has to stall for time to think of a lie, that he sounds like Jeffrey Osborne. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. Well, the great economy will be the $2,000 that you will get back from the tariffs. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. So that will be the $2,000 that Trump lied yesterday and said that we will be sending out in checks from our profits from the tariffs. Woo, 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 woo.
Again, no tax on Social Security. That's a bullshit lie. It creates in certain areas a greater deduction, but Social Security is still taxed as a general proposition. She's just full of shit there. But again, that's Carolyn Levitt for you. Another clip.
There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden.
The polls and elections say otherwise. The polls and elections say that Trump has actively made it worse. So not good for Carolyn Levitt. So now let's get to the Epstein stuff, because as soon as she turns it over to reporters, they hammer her with it. She doesn't like it.
Thanks for being...
Hammer time. Hammer time. Doom, 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 doom. Can't touch this.
Here, Bev. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what
That's not what she asked you, bitch. First of all, that's not what she asked you. You're answering a question that was not presented to you. That's
hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house. Can you address Democrats, separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
separate from why you believe these emails were released. Did he spend hours with these victims? Separate from this bullshit that you decided to print out and give to us, talking about the emails don't prove nothing. Separate from that, bitch. Did he spend time with the victims? Hours with these victims? That's the question. It is very peculiar that she actually, they have actually have in their hand their response to the email when she knew she was going to drag her ass out in front of a camera and thought that a motherfucking written statement would do in the first place. We're going to give you an opportunity to answer that question. Did he spend hours with these victims?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has
That's a take. That's a take. Yeah, these private
That's not what the emails prove. If we just going to go on the emails, where the only proof that is in the email is that Epstein said that he knew what was going on and he spent hours with a particular victim that was redacted from the email that we saw Jesse Dollemore actually show. That's what it proves, bitch. The question is, based on what the emails claim to prove, did 4547 spend hours with the victims? Can you answer the question, stupid?
emails between a deceased notorious sex trafficker and former best friend of Donald Trump to his accomplice, a sex trafficker who has been convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison, who's currently the beneficiary of a very plush prison transfer by Trump and who may be pardoned or commuted by Trump. Their private email exchange, which indicated that Trump was hanging out with Epstein victims privately, that Trump was hanging out at Epstein's house, that Trump knew about the
DP37. I will play the video when I feel like playing the video. If I'm not playing the video quick enough for you, go find the video yourself and play it for yourself. How about that? How about that? You're on my time. And if you don't like being on my time, the video is out there. I don't work for you. This is my show. I do what I want to on my show. You don't tell me when to play anything. Don't play in my face. I'm not a kid. You have the wrong person. Let's continue. Where is it in the whole world on board with who's sleeping with babies? Regarded and sub they are, or what party they affiliated with. Release the damn files. Mike Parker, I concur wholeheartedly. Let's go
girls
back here.
Privately, that Trump was hanging out at Epstein's house, that Trump knew about the girls. That's a direct quote. And he's the dog that hasn't barked yet. Yeah, somehow that proves that Trump did nothing wrong. If that's your definition of nothing wrong, what the hell is your definition of wrong? That's what I want to know.
has always said is that he was from Palm Beach and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. In this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre made...
Oh, so... Okay, so she has doxed the email. She said it was released in that press conference. I didn't see it happen. Was this the first question? I'm gonna have to go review this press conference because I didn't see a name. The name was redacted. She said it was unredacted. I'm gonna have to go check that out. I'll give you that information in the morning.
Maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer.
Well, we have no reason.
I thought that the reason why the Department of Justice said that they couldn't release certain things because they wanted to protect the victims. So let's go ask Pam Bimbo what she say about that name being redacted. Because didn't Pam Bimbo say that she was holding on to the files until all the identifiers of the victims were taken care of? And speaking of which, Pam Bimbo has a subpoena. Has been subpoenaed to release all the documents, and on that Friday when they were due, she said that she's getting to it, and they will be released. They will be released and streamed. On different days until they complete giving them to the oversight committee. Has Pam Bimbo completed giving the subpoena documents to the oversight committee as of yet? Bitch, bye.
Reason to believe that the Republicans are telling the truth here. Number one. Number two, it's possible that Virginia Giuffre's family members did not want her name trotted out in emails. Perhaps they were being circumspect. But even if we grant the entire premise that Democrats were weaponizing Virginia Giuffre against Trump, it doesn't actually absolve Trump. It's not exculpatory of the other emails that Epstein sent to Maxwell about Trump being the dog that's not barked, and Maxwell going, you know what, I've been thinking the same thing. And Epstein saying, he spent a lot of time with victims at my house. It does not absolve or is exculpatory for that. And then when Epstein says Trump knew about the girls, the Virginia Giuffre email that's not exculpatory of that either. So even if we grant you the premise, this is not the flex you think it is, Carolyn. I digress. Let's continue.
Mary.
Thank you, Carolyn. Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration.
Again, that wasn't the question. You're not answering to a question. Everybody know that just because you continue to lie about the transparency of this administration, it is a bold-faced lie.
And the Department of Justice has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee.
I have not one document, bitch. Where's my documents? Where are my documents?
That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get.
Why today, Carolyn? Why today did you release an additional 20,000?
Because you knew that they were going to be released, because you finally swore in the Congresswoman Gravalda, who Mike Johnson refused to swear in. That's why they were released today. So with you and your transparency, with Mike Johnson closing down the Congress for 7 weeks, with Mike Johnson swearing in two people in what is it, pro something sessions where the Congress is not convening, but he swore them in, but peculiar. It was so peculiar that he couldn't swear her in. What is it? Pro something. He couldn't swear her in under the same guise that he was able to swear two Republican congressmen in. And he said, "Well, they already had their families out here, so I just thought that I would just swear them in." But he took vacation for 7 weeks, had the Congress on out for 7 weeks, told them not to show up to Washington, D.C. in the middle of a government shutdown, none less. Okay, bitch, bye.
And could it be because you all were like, oh shit, these leaked emails are absolutely damning for Trump and we need to try to bury them? You don't get credit for that, especially when Trump can not only, it would be one thing if you released these documents a week ago or several days ago, but you didn't. You get no credit for this. And to say nothing of the fact that you all actively campaigned on releasing the totality of the Epstein files. So even if we grant you the 20,000, which we don't, you are still woefully inadequate, and people are right to mock you and humiliate you.
These out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those.
Grand jury testimony is a fraction of a rounding error of the so-called Epstein.
What about the testimony that you were supposed to release? Nobody gives a fuck about no grand jury testimony that has very little to do with all of the actual facts of the Epstein files. Grand jury testimony means nothing. They want it all. Who was saying that song? I want it all. Something and balls. Who was that? I forgot. I want it all.
Files. So a total red herring, non sequitur.
Requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up.
Does that make the facts of the case any different? Does that make the facts of the case any different? What is her point here? What would be her point? See, you guys said you guys were going to release the files. You guys were the one who brought up the Epstein files. You guys were the one who had Pam Bondi pretend like she released all the Epstein files to social media influencers. And when they opened the file, it was stuff that had already been released to the public. See, this is nothing to do with the Democrats. This is your fucking mess that you made. The Democrats didn't make this mess. Y'all made this mess.
Because two reasons, Carolyn. Again, you're stupid and you'll always lose the debate. We will always win and you'll always lose. Number one, Joe Biden didn't campaign on releasing the Epstein files, so we're not obligated to hold him to the same standard that Trump created for himself when Trump said, I will release the Epstein files. Trump made that promise. Biden did it. We're not obligated to hold Biden to Trump's promise. We are obligated to hold Trump to Trump's promise. Number one, you're screwed. Number two, Donald Trump and MAGA were the ones who perpetrated this idea of an Epstein conspiracy and how this was a deep state operation, unholy alliance, and that Epstein had these nefarious relationships with government officials. In other words, you all created the conspiracy theory. Democrats really had no interest in that. We didn't believe that I didn't think that there was a conspiracy theory until, of course, you all have done this shit. And now you've made yourselves look incredibly guilty. So there are two really good, unimpeachable reasons where we're holding you to a different standard than Biden.
It wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this.
Well, if Trump has nothing to do with it, there are no political points to be scored. So what's your point? Are you telling us that there are political points to be scored? How would there be political points to be scored against President Trump? If like you say, these emails prove that he did nothing wrong. Houseway. Now, I'm not clear on what someone in the chat means. Bam, please, okay. Please excuse yourself. I don't play your ignorant games. Okay. Then let me see. Yes, it does make a difference. She has a point about Biden. What would be the point? Are you familiar? What would be the point? What would be the point, Anna? I'm waiting. What point does she have to make about Biden? What point is there to make about Biden in reference to the Epstein file? Absolutely none. Let's continue.
Government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign.
No, this is not a distraction campaign because no one distracted this morning because Ariana Gravia is being sworn in today. She is the 128th signature that it would take to call for all the Epstein files to be released. So for you to sit up here and pretend as if no one would have been thinking about the Epstein files today, had not you say the Democrats leaked the email, but you're not addressing what is in the email. You're not addressing how the Democrats did this to harm 4547. Because we were going to be talking about the Epstein files today because we have finally seated the 128th signature to have the files released and have every fucking congressman put on record if they are for or against releasing these Epstein files that your party said that they were going to release. But now you're holding on to it. I read a story on yesterday. If you didn't watch my video yesterday, Dave Schuster did a report about allegedly what's in the files about 4547 is worse than what people thought. So if you didn't watch my show yesterday, go check it out. So there's that as well. That came out yesterday. You don't want to touch that? You don't want to touch David Schuster's reporting about allegedly what's in the Epstein file is worse than what was originally thought? Huh, Caroline? Go to the light, Caroline. Go to the light. Okay.
Nothing to worry about, except, of course, the polls say that this is not a good issue for Donald Trump whatsoever, and that you guys are desperately trying to hide. Either you're trying to hide your friends, you're trying to hide Trump himself, perhaps a combination thereof, but it's not good, and the American people are not with you on this. So it's funny to see Carolyn Levitt cope and panic in this way. Here's another clip.
In several hours, President Trump, the government is going to be reopened and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Steve.
If that's what he always wanted to do, he would have done it because the payments for SNAP were already allocated by Congress. So if that's what he wanted to do all the time, he would have done it when a judge told him that he must release all the SNAP benefits. If that's what he wanted to do all the time, he wouldn't have stopped them in the first place, that a judge would have to tell him that he must release them. If that's what he wanted to do all the time, when the judge told him that he must release them, he wouldn't have petition the Supreme Court to go against the judge. Bitch, sit down.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
we did. We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a children's nutrition fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You should.
So the fact of the matter is that they went out of their way to try to avoid
you did not tap into your funds until you were told to tap into your fund. Are we pretending like you tapped into that $5 billion before a judge told you that you had to tap into the funds? What you said was we can't tap into those funds because we may have an emergency. Bitch, are you crazy? Or you think we crazy? Who does she think is crazy? When we just lived this a couple of days ago. Not last year, not year before last, a couple of days ago. This is the 12th of November. The 1st of November was 11 days ago when they refused to tap into the $5 billion, talking about there could be some type of storm that comes up. We have to make sure we have that food program. May have to use their extra money if a storm happens. And when a storm happens, they're not even giving FEMA money. So we think that when a storm happens, that they are supposed to go into the food stamps reserves. I had the full press conference pulled up, but I just cannot stomach. I despise liars.
Avoid giving 42 million Americans their. So the fact of the matter is that they went out of their way to try to avoid giving 42 million Americans their SNAP benefits. They actually sued. They actually went to court to prevent them from having to be forced to give SNAP benefits. So again, Levitt is misrepresenting the truth here. The question comes back to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, because the question of a pardon or commutation for Maxwell comes up, and Levitt chokes on this one.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time.
That's not the answer you want to give. That is, the polling on this is atrocious. The vast majority, a supermajority of Americans think that you should not be pardoning or commuting Ghislaine Maxwell. You shouldn't even think about it. And what Levitt says is, Trump's not ruling it out.
Mr. Mamdani.
My second question, Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He, in the recent past, has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment from a rising star in the Democratic Party?
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding to. Obviously, those things are not true. And Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job.
He's not. His polling is underwater. And of course, the Trump administration is objectively the most corrupt in American history. So, yeah, actually.
So, that I'm going to leave you guys with that. I dropped this. This is the last link in my description box. One more. Let's one more. Since I like him so much, he's so I get so much information with me. Join me. Ari Milborn is talking about these released emails. So Ari Milborn is also an attorney. So how people drop down in my chat and tell me that I'm not an attorney as I factually give you information. This is why Ronnie Q always drop where she gets her information from. Because people can't handle the truth, and they try to make it seem like you are just giving your opinion. I let you know when I'm giving my opinion. Let's step into this Ari Milborn conversation. Here we go.
In the Epstein files, we have new emails released for the first time by the House Oversight Committee that show Donald Trump being discussed directly for his involvement.
So if they were leaked, if these emails were leaked, as Caroline Leavitt wants us to believe, why do we know that they came from the Oversight Committee? Just a question.
with Jeffrey Epstein by Epstein and his now convicted conspirator, Maxwell. I'm Ari Melber, lawyer, MSNBC.
Maybe they weren't leaked. Maybe they were released. Maybe they were released and they were leaked. If they were leaked, that's why we're talking about this today, as if we weren't going to be talking about it anyway. Let's continue.
I'm going to go through this right now. This is by far the worst written evidence we've had that ties Donald Trump to Epstein. The two have known to be associates and have known to had apparently a falling out. This is really the worst stuff we've seen, and it shows why Donald Trump possibly broke his vow to release all the Epstein files and transparency. I'm going to read to you what we have here. This is a big breaking legal news story, and then do some analysis. But first, let's start with the evidence. This is really striking. You don't always get direct evidence like this as a journalist or when lawyers and investigators look into things. But in April 2011, you have Epstein and Maxwell emailing. And you have to remember, this is back in the day. Many people thought emails then were much more secure, and they thought they were talking privately, and Donald Trump had not become a political figure yet. And Epstein, talking about his own legal problems, said, quote,
"Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a fool anymore. I know my emails may drop. Back in the day."
And these are, again, released emails. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then he refers to what as a victim and says, this victim spent hours at my house with him. He's never once been mentioned. And then in a bit of a cryptic reference, he says, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. They were talking about his ongoing history and problems. Maxwell, who has since been convicted as a sex trafficker, replies, I've been thinking about that. This is damning stuff. You have to remember a couple things. One, Jeffrey Epstein was later charged for this elaborate sex trafficking operation, including of underage girls and other young women. And Donald Trump has steadfastly denied being either involved, and legally we can say he's never been charged, and these emails don't specifically define a crime, although they are bad for anyone in, well, anyone, I was going to say anyone in public life or politics, but really anyone, period. And yet this goes farther than Donald Trump has ever acknowledged publicly. So right there you have a big problem for him and a question about what he knew. And then second, and I'm going to get into this, whether these new accounts suggest that Donald Trump or his aides have abused power in the Justice Department to cover up some of this stuff. Trump famously ran on vowing transparency, and releasing the Epstein files has held them back. Emails like this, even if they don't prove a crime, show why Donald Trump didn't ultimately want the Epstein files released. I'm going to read from the, let me see, because I've got a couple of the emails here and I want to go through the evidence. He has conversations with Michael Wolff, a writer who's profiled Trump. Email that says, Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. This is regarding Mar-a-Lago, where there was a falling out, and Trump has publicly addressed that part of it. And then Epstein writes, quote, of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, end quote. Now this is Epstein in 2019, when there was a lot more heat on him, saying that Trump knew about the girls, meaning knew about the kind of sex trafficking that Epstein did, whatever you want to call it. Epstein might describe it differently, and had asked Maxwell to stop. Now, this is important for a couple reasons. Number one, in all fairness, if you were a lawyer for Donald Trump, you could argue that this kind of statement reflects a corroboration of something that Trump has publicly claimed, that they had this falling out and that he had basically told Epstein or Maxwell that he didn't want that type of stuff at Mar-a-Lago. Now, whether that was for his own personal interests, reasons, business, getting caught, whether it ever reflected anything in his own history, we don't know, to be fair. But that is a statement of that. Trump had claimed publicly that he told Epstein to stop. Here it's Maxwell. And again, you could say that's different. If he said it was one person, it was another. You could also claim that Trump was referring to a history where he basically told Epstein's people and Maxwell was the main person involved.
Either way, both of them have been convicted, tried and convicted for essaying underage minors. Either way.
In this, later convicted for it, to stop. The flip side, though, of that is That's still a lot more knowledge than Trump has admitted. His denials are that he ever did anything wrong with Epstein or these women and girls, and that he didn't really know what was going on at the
And
time.
he didn't
Here,
know.
Epstein is saying, and it doesn't mean it's 100% true, but back
He played blind like Stevie Wonder. He didn't know, he didn't know, he didn't know, he didn't know, he didn't know. Remember that Stevie Wonder song?
in a private communication, he's saying that Trump did know, and he told Maxwell to stop. And a big question here is, why would Trump, if he didn't know anything, know so much about who to contact? Why did he know Maxwell was involved or was the co-conspirator? I want to turn to the release of these files. One of the interesting things in the Trump denial in this new story is the White House is saying it's bad that these files are out or the Democrats cherry-picked them. Fact check, false. These are some of the emails that are potentially the most damaging and newsworthy, but they're part of a larger file of about 20,000 plus emails. The Trump campaign in 24 claimed that he was going to release all the Epstein files. That would include this kind of stuff. People debate what that means. The files, is there a client list? But this is exactly what Trump ran on. He failed to do it. He refused to do it. And people can speculate as to why, but it's quite striking when you look at this story and the stakes and the involvement of all these important figures that Trump said he would release and then didn't. Now that 20,000 plus emails are released, including ones naming him, they're saying release is bad. Now remember, you might say, well, of course it's bad for him, but as recently as a few months back, Trump had claimed they wanted to get grand jury material or other material released. So they have been on both sides of this, and we are getting a lot more facts about why Trump apparently doesn't want these smoking gun emails released as it affects him. Now, the other piece of that is, remember, there may be other material in here that is good or bad for Trump. Lawyers would call that exculpatory if it helps you, and they can call that more damaging if it hurts you. But this goes much broader than Trump. If there are other people in these emails, prominent people, people linked to either political party, business, or whatnot, being named alone legally doesn't mean much. But if the government wants to have a full accounting, and Trump ran on that, then you would release all this. And so it is really striking that we are learning in real time one of the obvious reasons Trump didn't want this stuff released. He's in it, and he's in it in a bad way. And even if it's not to a criminal level, he would have to explain, is this true? And why did Epstein and Maxwell discuss as if it was just privately obviously true that he'd spent hours with at least one victim? What was that about? What happened? Why did he seem to know how to contact Maxwell and others if that was his goal, because he knew that there was an underlying problem there, whether he knew exactly all the details or not? And Donald Trump didn't just refuse to release this material. In his first year of this second term, he has claimed that stories that link him to Epstein are false or defamatory, unlawful. He's currently suing the Wall Street Journal when it first reported that he'd signed this very sort of, body or illicit birthday card for Epstein. Then the card came out from the Epstein estate, confirming the Journal story, and he has that open lawsuit. The White House, remember, has retaliated against reporters at the Wall Street Journal over Epstein coverage. This is the sister publication of Fox News, owned by Rupert Murdoch. This is generally considered a business or right of center publication in its editorials, and yet Trump is going to war with them over this stuff. And so these new emails further corroborate his history, his links with Epstein, even if not criminal, while he goes and attacks those reports. That's really striking. Now, there's another legal piece to this that's a little more intricate, and I'm going to discuss that right now, which goes to how the DOJ, under Donald Trump, has both pushed secrecy for all of the Epstein files. A lot of the victims and survivors have spoken out against the government. Doesn't mean they want to be left, right, red, or blue, but they've spoken out against the way the DOJ has operated under Trump, against victims' rights, against transparency. Now remember, there was this very unusual interview with Maxwell, who is mentioned here. I'm just going to read this again. Epstein says, Trump said he asked me to resign, never ever a member there. To Mar-a-Lago, quote, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Elaine to stop, asked Maxwell to stop. Maxwell is the only person ever convicted in this whole sordid case at the federal level. She is currently in prison. She got a more lenient shift when all this stuff was back in the news under the Trump DOJ. Leniency for a sex trafficker or someone linked to pedophilia is quite striking. Most Americans obviously oppose that. And the suspicion was, and it's not to get into a total conspiracy theory, but the suspicion or question, and you have to look at the facts, is why did she get better treatment? And why did she have this unusual interview with the Deputy Attorney General, not someone involved in the original case, but Trump's former defense lawyer who has this top DOJ position? Well, today we've learned that's even more suspicious because Todd Blanche is the individual I'm mentioning, did this unusual interview, then she got the prison transfer. And in that interview, Mr. Blanche asked her questions that seemed to be exculpatory, positive for Trump, because she said, oh, I'd never seen him there, yada, yada. Okay, now we have these files. The first thing you do in a federal probe or any big investigation like this is you go pull emails and texts. You don't have to get them only from the subject. You can get them directly from telecommunications providers. That's first step, standard. So while I can't tell you for a fact what's in the DOJ's possession of the Epstein files, because they're hiding them, because they haven't released them. I can tell you that almost any competent investigation does that first. So we would expect a competent DOJ to have those files, to have the emails I just read you, and then some. Blanche interviewed Maxwell, and she said she'd never seen Trump do anything untoward. She said she'd never seen him around and any of this stuff. Any competent investigator, if they were seeking the truth, would then present her with this email and say, well, why did you and Mr. Epstein email the opposite and say he spent hours with this person? Let me refresh your memory. And if there is an innocent explanation, then an honest investigator would want to hear that. You could speculate one. You could.
Okay, so I'm going to drop the link. This is the link if you want to finish Ari Milburn. Now, David Schuster, he came out with a report. I want to share with you what David Schuster reported. It wasn't yesterday. It was about 4 or 5 days ago. Let me share this with you. I'm just going to share one part of this with you. It's the Tony Michaels podcast. I'm going to drop the link so you can go over there and watch the whole thing. But there is something peculiar when Sheldon Whitehouse, I actually played this hearing for you. And where Pam Bondi was being questioned by senators, and she was, making all of these crazy attacks instead of answering the questions. So David Schuster actually came out with a report that the Epstein files are worse than you think. Regarding 4547. So here he is talking about Pam Bondi being questioned about photos that the biographer Michael Wolff said that there were Epstein bought out pictures of Trump in a very very lewd pictures with Trump. And here's David Schuster talking about that.
These photographs, Jeffrey Epstein just met Melania, and whether it was through Jeffrey Epstein or not. So that's separate. The lawsuit is separate from this. But what Michael Wolff has said is, I saw these photographs. Jeffrey Epstein showed them to me, 3 photographs. In one of the articles, he said they were, spread out like playing cards. But then Michael Wolff said, I saw Donald Trump with girls sitting on his lap. And in one photo, they were pointing at a stain on his pants. Okay, so, Michael Wolff has told the story on a couple different platforms, Midas Touch, he's written about it, fine. So Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a couple weeks ago, you may recall that there was an exchange that he had with Pam Bondi when Pam Bondi testified in front of the Senate. And Sheldon Whitehouse brought up there are public accusations, there are stories that there are photographs, lewd photographs of Donald Trump that the FBI collected from Jeffrey Epstein's safe at one of his homes. Do you have those photographs at the Justice Department? Do they exist? Have you seen them? And Pam Bondi did not say no. Pam Bondi said,
did she say yes, but she didn't say no, right?
She didn't say yes. She didn't say no.
She was under oath too, right?
She was under oath, and she started hammering Whitehouse about other stuff and, why are you trying to defame Donald Trump? She could have said, and this is what, I have to be honest. I have not thought that any of this Epstein stuff damaging to Donald Trump still existed. In my view, it was probably all erased. It was shredded, whatever. But that was the first time that I thought, no, wait a second. And as I learned more, I learned that, a lot of the Epstein files, they're not just sort of one file, that there are many copies of different aspects of this stuff that are kept in different government agencies.
That's an interesting point, because I know where you're going with this, I think. But so what you're saying is that the FBI is concerned, and maybe not the FBI, but the loyalists or the lackeys, for lack of a better term, of Donald Trump at the FBI or Department of Justice, they're kind of worried that maybe these files have been duplicated throughout the agency and they haven't
Yes.
collected them up. And they can say, no, these things don't exist, even if they've tried to get rid of them. But now there might still be some evidence of these things still existing inside the agencies that they don't know about.
And think about it this way. If Pam Bondi knew for sure that there was never going to be anything that would see the light of day in any of the Epstein files that would be incriminating or embarrassing to Donald Trump, she would say to Senator Whitehouse, of course these photos don't exist. This is ridiculous. This is flat out wrong. No such stuff exists.
Now, she might say that in front of a camera to the media, but under oath in a hearing is a little different story.
Right. And
Right. Okay. So there's that. Let me show you this exact moment of questioning and what Pam Bondi did say when she was under oath, when she was questioned about this. Let's play the video. That link is in my description box. And also, I dropped it in the chat. I'm going to drop
Let me
this
ask you
link.
something else. There's been public.
I'm going to drop this link in my description box and in the chat as well. Let's watch.
reporting that Jeffrey Epstein showed people photos of President Trump with half-naked young women. Do you know if the FBI found those photographs in their search of Jeffrey Epstein's safe or premises or otherwise? Have you seen any such thing?
You know, Senator Whitehouse, you sit here and make salacious remarks, once again trying to slander President Trump left and right, when you're the one who was taking money from one of Epstein's closest confidants, I believe, I could be wrong, correct me, Reid Hoffman, who was with Jeffrey Epstein on multiple occasions. And the senator sitting right next to you tried to block the flight logs from being released. Yet you're grilling me on President Trump and some photograph with Epstein? Come on.
The question.
Okay, so you see her try to attack him with something she wasn't even sure of. I believe you took money from. I believe you. No facts. She's under oath. Understand? He's gonna continue.
Question. Let me ask you something else. There's been public.
And you're sitting next to someone who tried to hide the flight logs. Would those be the same flight logs that it is alleged that the father of the person, the good man that gave $130 million to help pay for help pay the troops during the government shutdown that 4547 wanted to brag about, but not mention that he may have gotten that $130 million. So that little dirty secret didn't come out. Okay, so those links are in my description box. Our economy is in ruin. These are the things that they really don't want to talk about. The jobs numbers will not be released because they're so abysmal. So that is what's going on in your government. So I appreciate you guys coming out. Hold on. Okay, so I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, and I'll be back on tomorrow. All right, guys, have a good one. Bye-bye.